With the emergence of this object, chaos ensued in the sky. Those who had intended to cease fighting immediately transformed into several long rays of light, shooting straight toward the five-colored light sphere. However, midway, these lights intertwined with each other, preventing anyone from advancing. In an instant, beams of light and demonic energy shot everywhere, the intensity far exceeding the previous battle. The five-colored light sphere floated gently above the hole, unmoving, as if within easy reach. Everyone could see clearly now. A pill, about an inch in size, slowly rotated at the center of the light sphere. With each rotation, the sphere contracted and flashed, seemingly imbued with life, making the demonic and righteous cultivators even more eager. Wu Chu and Xuan Gu seemed to be in a daze, staring at the battle in the sky in astonishment. "Fools, what are you waiting for? Go and retrieve that replenishing heaven pill." Wu Chu's ears suddenly rang with the icy voice of Patriarch Jai Yin. Startled by the command, Wu Chu snapped out of his daze and immediately transformed into a mass of black gas, shooting toward the five-colored light sphere. But at that moment, Xuan Gu also made his move. Instead of retrieving the pill, he flicked his wrists, releasing two green serpents from his sleeves, which silently slithered toward Wu Chu's back. Wu Chu was highly alert, and despite the silent approach of the green serpents, he sensed their presence. In his shock and anger, he abandoned his forward momentum, turning to defend himself. "You're courting death, attacking me." Wu Chu, unable to contain his fury, enveloped the area in dark demonic energy, confronting Xuan Gu's ghastly green aura head-on. Xuan Gu merely sneered coldly without responding, their energies clashing violently. "Mang Huzi, what is your disciple doing?" Patriarch Jai Yin roared, his fury evident. "What do you think? Naturally, he's preventing you from hogging the replenishing heaven pill. Did you really think I'd let you take it just because we're both from the demonic path?" Mang Huzi laughed wildly, conjuring a massive golden hand to strike at Wan Tianming from afar. "You," Patriarch Jai Yin was livid. Mang Huzi's words clearly indicated the dissolution of their alliance, with everyone now vying for the pill on their own merits. Although this development was inevitable, the lack of success in retrieving the void heaven cauldron and the emergence of only one replenishing heaven pill had pushed everyone to the brink of desperation. Even the righteous cultivators were likely harboring similar thoughts. Understanding this, Patriarch Jai Yin was forced to reconsider his strategy, eyeing his Tiandu zombie for a potential move. However, his opponent, the gaunt old man, proved extraordinarily tricky. Every time he attempted to deploy the zombie, the old man's green threads would entangle it, preventing any forward movement. This only fueled his hatred for both the gaunt old man and Mang Huzi. Meanwhile, the other participants were engaged in similar struggles, each trying to outmaneuver their opponents while contemplating their next moves to secure the pill. In the midst of this chaotic sky battle, Han Li, standing by the barrier wall, wore a complex expression. To his surprise, he had survived the attack from the Exing Palace Elder, who had pierced him with a sword aimed at his heart. Given that he had taken a direct hit from a nascent soul stage cultivator's weapon, this outcome was utterly unexpected. Looking down at his chest, he saw that the imperial scale armor borrowed from Mang Husey had saved him. His outer garment was charred and half-torn, but the inner silver-scaled armor remained intact, albeit slightly dented at the point of impact. Relieved, Han Li reflected on his decision to wear the armor beneath his clothes, a precaution that had ultimately saved his life. However, he also realized that the greatest credit for his survival should go to the red and yellow jade scepter he had used to deflect the attack. When he had tried to block the attack with the scepter, he had glimpsed a silver wolf head emerging from it, absorbing much of the blow's force. Without this, even the imperial scale armor wouldn't have withstood the attack unscathed, and he would have been gravely injured or worse. Now wasn't the time to thoroughly investigate the Jade Scepter's true capabilities, so Han Li stored it back in his pouch. His hands throbbed with pain, and as he examined the torn skin at the base of his thumbs, a flash of white light healed the wounds rapidly. After glancing at the sky's battle and the blood-soaked corpse of the blood jade spider on the altar, Han Li's eyes showed a mix of sorrow and determination. He began to edge quietly along the barrier wall, aiming for the distant stone steps. Relying on his exceptional memory, Han Li believed that as long as the mechanical puppets weren't redeployed too soon, he could retrace his path and escape to the first floor, taking some risks. This was far preferable to staying put and becoming a plaything for these nascent soul elders. The blood jade spider, his bargaining chip, was dead, and without it, he saw no reason to trust in their mercy. His life was best kept in his own hands. Moreover, with the void heaven cauldron unretrieved, those who failed to get the replenishing heaven pill would likely vent their frustration on him. With these thoughts, Han Li's movements became even more discreet, but just as he was about to accelerate, a voice stopped him in his tracks. "Han Li, where are you going?" Xuan Gu's voice, calm and cold, was loud enough for Jai Yin and the others to hear clearly. Instantly, the icy gazes of Jai Yin, Mang Husey, and others fixed on Han Li. His body stiffened, and he halted in place. While Xuan Gu was manageable, Han Li had no confidence in evading a full-force strike from these nascent soul elders. Glancing at the distant stone steps, Han Li smiled bitterly and slowly returned to his original position. Seeing this, Xuan Gu, who had been monitoring Han Li, revealed a faint, cold smile. He appeared to handle Wu Chu with ease, yet showed no intention of breaking away to retrieve the replenishing heaven pill, leaving Han Li puzzled. Resentfully, Han Li glared at Xuan Gu and silently resumed his position, filled with suspicion. "Mang Husey, if you don't let me through, don't blame me for using the heavens' net true thunder," Wan Tianming shouted, his face dark with fury. Each time he neared the five-colored light sphere, Mang Husey's giant golden hand struck him back, thwarting his efforts repeatedly. Heaven's net true thunder. Jai Yin and Qing Yi fear it, but I would like to see its power myself. I'm just afraid you won't want to waste it on me. Mang Husey scoffed, unconvinced that Wan Tianming would truly use such a precious item. Very well, Mang Husey, you forced me to do this. I'll show you the true power of heaven's net true thunder. Wan Tianming, as if drenched in oil, grew even more enraged, glancing greedily at the five-colored light sphere before revealing a determined expression. Without further delay, he struck his skull. A clear ringing sound echoed, and a 2-inch naked infant floated 3 feet above his head. The infant, white and tender, was enveloped in purple light and astonishingly bore the exact features of Wan Tianming. Each hand held a purple orb, crystalline and smooth. Nascent soul emergence. Wan Tianming, are you courting death? Mang Husey's previously indifferent expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming coldly. If I can't obtain the replenishing heaven pill, I'll soon reach my end anyway. Early death or late death makes no difference. At most, you'll help me reincarnate. A thin, indistinct voice came from the purple glowing infant, speaking with difficulty. As soon as the infant appeared, Wan Tianming's physical body had closed its eyes and stood motionless, as if unconscious. HMPH, think you can reincarnate that easily? Aren't you afraid I'll refine your nascent soul, leaving you no chance for rebirth? Mang Husey coldly stared at Wan Tianming's nascent soul. If you truly have such powers, what's the harm if I die at your hands? But, friend Mang, think about how you'll handle my true thunder first. The baby said muddledly and then, without hesitation, tossed one of the thunder orbs from its hand. The moment the orb left its hand, it exploded, transforming into a purple light sphere the size of a chariot wheel, rolling aggressively towards Mang Husey. Mang Husey's eyebrows furrowed. His face showing murderous intent, he fiercely struck his chest twice with his golden hand. A celestial sound rang out above his head, followed by a burst of golden light, revealing a pale gold-skinned infant. This infant bore the same features as Mang Husey, standing 2.5 inches tall, slightly taller and more robust than Wan Tianming's nascent soul. However, its eyes were closed, and it tightly held a small, greenish shield. The shield was circular and extremely delicate, with a transparent crystal about the size of a soybean embedded in its center, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing the purple light sphere approaching, the nascent soul, though its eyes remained closed, seemed aware. It raised the small shield, emitting a light green barrier that enveloped Mang Husey. The purple flames struck the barrier without mercy. Tian Wuzi, Jai Yin, and the others, seeing the two using their nascent souls, were horrified, realizing they were truly fighting to the death. A deafening explosion erupted in the sky. The entire area above the light barrier turned purple-red as a thundercloud over 10 feet wide enveloped Mang Husey, sealing him in completely. Purple lightning flashed and struck wildly within the cloud. The booming sounds and blinding lightning intertwined, creating a scene as terrifying as divine retribution. The others glanced at this scene, their hearts filled with awe. They had heard of the power of the heavens' net true thunder, but witnessing its release for the first time was truly terrifying, justifying its fearsome reputation. Nevertheless, while marveling at the true thunder's power, their attacks became even more ruthless. Wan Tianming's nascent soul, without looking back at the trapped Mang Huzi, summoned a small purple sword with its free hand. In a flash of purple light, the nascent soul and the sword disappeared. When they reappeared, they were only 4 or 5 feet from the 5-colored light sphere. Nascent soul sword control. The 4 others, entangled in their fights, simultaneously changed their expressions. This was not a trick of speed, but a genuine teleportation, a special ability of the nascent soul once freed from the physical body. Though this miraculous escape technique drained a significant amount of vital energy, every nascent soul cultivator knew the incantation, yet few would use it lightly. Wan Tianming's unexpected use of it made the others tense. Jai Yin and the scholar-robed elder simultaneously abandoned their opponents, urgently rushing toward the replenishing heaven pill. Their opponents, Tian Wuzi and the gaunt elder, merely exchanged glances, launching a few small spells but not fully obstructing them. Thus, Jai Yin and the scholar-robed elder broke free, darting toward the pill. Wan Tianming's nascent soul, sensing the situation, flashed a cold smile. With his proximity, the pill was almost within his grasp. Who could stop him now? Indeed, in the next moment, Wan Tianming's nascent soul appeared beside the 5-colored light sphere, summoning a large purple hand to grasp the sphere. With a squeeze of the giant hand, the multicolored light vanished, leaving only a crystalline 5-colored pill in its palm. Wan Tianming was overjoyed. However, Jai Yin and the scholar-robed elder, unwilling to concede, rushed forward. Jai Yin, eyes blazing, shouted, "Wan Tianming, leave the replenishing heaven pill." A massive wave of profound yin demonic energy enveloped him, followed by countless green threads shooting toward him. "Can you confine me?" The baby sneered. With a flash of purple light, it teleported out of the encirclement of green threads and black energy. Standing on the purple sword a dozen feet away, the nascent soul mockingly watched the two. But just as its mocking smile appeared, it suddenly looked skyward in terror, its youthful face paling. High above, Wan Tianming's physical body was held aloft by none other than Mang Huzi, now radiating golden light. Though disheveled, with torn clothes and a fierce look, Mang Huzi resembled a wrathful deity. "Impossible. How did you escape?" Wan Tianming couldn't believe it, his eyes darting to the dissipated purple thundercloud, now devoid of any lightning. He, Master Wan, it seems your luck isn't great. I once killed a rare thunder whale beast and obtained an intact lightning-absorbing stone. Although your heaven's net true thunder is formidable, much of its power was absorbed by this stone. What harm could it do to me? Mang Huzi sneered, revealing a purple glowing crystal before making it vanish. Now I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the pill, I'll destroy your physical body. You know the consequences. 1, 2. Mang Husey gave Wan Tianming no room for negotiation, pressing his glowing hand to Wan Tianming's head, counting down mercilessly. Wan Tianming, both angry and fearful, had placed several restrictions on his body before separating his nascent soul. Yet his body fell into Mang Husey's hands, just as unbelievable as the absorbing stone. He had no time to ponder. If his body was destroyed, his mid-stage nascent soul would dissipate. He hadn't yet reached the level where his nascent soul alone could roam freely. This is why nascent soul cultivators rarely risk separating from their bodies. Realizing he couldn't outlast Mang Husey, Wan Tianming quickly weighed the pros and cons. When Mang Husey reached 2, he gritted his teeth and hurled the replenishing heaven pill into the air, sending it flying toward Mang Husey. The dramatic shift from Wan Tianming's nascent soul, securing the pill to throwing it to Mang Husey, happened in an instant. Mang Husey eagerly grabbed the 5-colored pill and, without hesitation, hurled Wan Tianming's body away. The body shot toward the barrier wall, destined to smash against it unless intercepted. Wan Tianming's nascent soul, terrified, rushed toward his body. Despite the distance, his nascent soul's teleportation allowed him to catch it in time. Meanwhile, Mang Husey transformed into a golden streak, fleeing toward the stone steps. He had no desire to destroy Wan Tianming completely, knowing the consequences of killing the leader of the 10,000 Laws sect. Facing relentless pursuit from the sect's powerful leader was a risk he didn't want. With the primary threat still being the Star Palace, he aimed to escape with the pill. Seeing Mang Husey unexpectedly seize the pill and attempt to flee, Tian Wuzi and the gaunt elder immediately gave chase. Jai Yin and the scholar-robed elder, after a brief hesitation, also pursued. As Jai Yin's black cloud passed over Han Li and Wu Chu, he coldly instructed, "Wu Chu, you and Han Li stay put. I'll be back shortly. You may command these 2 Tian-Du zombies in the meantime." 2 zombies appeared beside Wu Chu, then Jai Yin disappeared into the sky. Wu Chu had already stopped his entanglement with Xuan Gu. The moment the heaven-mending pill was taken by Wan Tianming's nascent soul. He was no fool. He clearly sensed that Xuan Gu was not just slightly stronger than him, but much more so, and seemed to know a lot about the Xuan Yin great technique. Every attack he launched was effortlessly neutralized by Xuan Gu, who didn't seem to expend much energy at all. This greatly shocked Wu Chu. But now, with 2 Tian-Du zombie corpses by his side, Wu Chu was naturally delighted. Each of these zombie corpses was at least as strong as a mid-stage core formation cultivator. Now, with 2 more of them, even if Xuan Gu was more powerful, he couldn't possibly handle them all. Wu Chu intended to take this opportunity to teach Xuan Gu a lesson. Therefore, after the old monsters had left the platform one by one, he immediately sneered, looking at Xuan-gu with a mocking gaze. Xuan-gu glanced at the exit of the stone steps, then turned back to face Wu Chu's malicious gaze and the two zombie corpses. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his previously calm face. Han Li, this man is the only descendant of Jai Yin, right? If I kill him, Jai Yin would surely suffer, wouldn't he? Xuan-gu said this, turning to Han Li. Han Li was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, merely gazing indifferently at Xuan-gu without responding to his words. However, Wu Chu, who heard these words, immediately grew wary, looking at Han Li with a face full of suspicion. At the same time, the two zombie corpses beside him vanished after receiving some command from him. Han Li, have you been colluding with him all along? No wonder that jade Ruyi artifact ended up with you after he attacked it. Hand over the artifact now, and let the family patriarch decide its rightful owner when he returns, Wu Chu said sinisterly to Han Li after a moment of contemplation. Hearing this blatant attempt to frame him and seize the artifact, Han Li felt speechless. It was obvious that Wu Chu saw no further use for him and had thus discarded his previous reservations. This might even have been an order from Jai Yin before he left. Thinking of this, Han Li's expression hardened, and the numerous flying swords within him stirred restlessly. But at this moment, Xuan-gu acted first. With a lift of his hand, a cyan serpent flew out from his sleeve and darted towards an empty spot. With a muffled bang, a green shadow stumbled into view. It was one of the Tian-du zombie corpses. Tian-du zombie corpses. Jai Yin truly went to great lengths to refine so many of them. Xuan-gu sneered with disdain. But his hands didn't pause. He quickly formed a seal, causing the green serpent to coil around the zombie corpse several times. Then, with a swift point of his finger, a blossoming green lotus appeared on the zombie corpse, its petals rapidly expanding and enveloping the entire corpse. Wu Chu was alarmed and hastily tried to manipulate the corpse to break free. But for some reason, the zombie corpse, now encased in the lotus, severed all connection with his mind and wouldn't respond to his commands. This left Wu Chu drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to control the other corpse, Xuan-gu's figure flashed, suddenly appearing before him. Wu Chu's face twisted in rage, and he quickly released a large amount of Xuan Yin demonic energy to shield himself. Simultaneously, with a fierce look, he spat out a small black sword that slashed towards Xuan-gu's face at lightning speed. The speed was both fast and fierce. Xuan-gu's face showed a hint of mockery. His 10 fingers suddenly became razor-sharp, growing several inches long with a greenish hue, making them look fearsome. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the black sword, which fell into his ghostly claws without any resistance. Wu Chu couldn't believe what he was seeing. His face went pale, and he hurriedly tried to recall the flying sword. But Xuan-gu's fierce hands, now completely covered in black light, crushed the struggling sword, dispersing its black aura and stripping it of its spirit. Simultaneously, Wu Chu spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face turning ashen from the damage to his life-bound magical treasure. Impossible. You... Wu Chu was filled with shock, but before he could finish, Xuan Gu's ghostly hand, now wrapped in green energy, clawed at him with lightning speed. Terrified, Wu Chu couldn't care less about speaking. He unleashed all his Xuan Yin demonic energy to meet the attack while reaching into his robe for some other treasure. An eerie scene unfolded. Xuan Gu's claw, its green energy quickly shifting to a pitch-black hue, pierced through multiple layers of demonic energy and directly into Wu Chu's abdomen. Wu Chu looked down in horror at the claw in his belly, his eyes full of disbelief. But before he could react further, he was enveloped in green flames from Xuan Gu's cold laugh, turning to ash in an instant. Only a black handkerchief, a ring, and a storage pouch fell to the ground. With its master dead, the other Tiandu zombie corpse, standing motionless a few feet behind Xuan Gu, also lost its luster, becoming nothing more than a lifeless shell. Seeing this, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a surge of fear towards the old demon. The fact that he claimed to know the weaknesses of the Xuan Yin great technique was evidently true. Wu Chu's Xuan Yin demonic energy was utterly ineffective against him. But why did he choose this moment to kill Wu Chu? Was he not afraid of alerting others? Or did he intend to force Han Li onto his side to deal with Jai Yin by eliminating Wu Chu? Han Li pondered cautiously, his hand already gripping the ancient five-colored copper ring. If Xuan Gu showed any signs of hostility towards him, he would have no choice but to fight him then and there. At this point, Xuan Gu had already collected the items Wu Chu had dropped. He then turned to Han Li with a half-smile. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly summon your other blood jade spider. Those guys might have been lured away by that bearded man, but they could return at any moment. Don't you want the treasures inside the void sky cauldron?" Xuan Gu's words shook Han Li to the core. His carefully guarded secret of having another blood jade spider had been exposed by Xuan Gu. What other blood jade spider? My spirit beast was destroyed by the Star Palace Elder, Han Li denied, unwilling to admit the truth as he glanced at the dead blood jade spider on the altar. HMPH, kid, I have no time to waste with you. Let me tell you the truth. I once found a pair of blood jade spiders and entrusted them to another disciple, Jai Xuan, to raise. I intended to use them to retrieve the treasures from the Void Sky Palace once they had grown. However, I was betrayed and suffered greatly. Since you have that jade slip, the blood jade spider must be from Jai Xuan. But you probably don't know that blood jade spiders are unique. Although a nest may produce many eggs, only 2 will be viable, 1 male and 1 female. Only with both can they advance in level, a fact I discovered after observing a pair of wild blood jade spiders for a long time. Even Jai Xuan didn't know this, thinking I had coincidentally captured a pair. Your spider is quite advanced, so there must be another one. Now bring it out, Xuan Gu explained swiftly, his words leaving Han Li stunned. Han Li was truly taken aback. He had no idea about these details. It seemed that the 5-colored skeleton he had found was indeed Jai Xuan. But then, how had Yue Huang obtained the Xuan Yin Island techniques, and what was his connection to Jai Xuan? Though puzzled, Han Li's expression remained calm as he replied, "Even if I have another blood jade spider, why should I help you retrieve the void sky cauldron? Are you willing to share half the treasure with me? And the commotion from retrieving the cauldron would alert the other nascent soul cultivators, who would quickly return. We'd be in even greater danger. Besides, the fire python's assistance was crucial just now. My spider alone may not be enough." As he spoke, Han Li's expression was serene. Although he was extremely tempted by the treasures of the void sky cauldron, he restrained his excitement and maintained a cautious attitude. He didn't want to risk his life out of greed. Escaping now seemed the wisest choice. With this thought, Han Li decided not to hesitate any longer. Before Xuan Gu could respond, Han Li's body began to glow with a blue light as he prepared to flee. However, Xuan Gu, seemingly having anticipated Han Li's intentions, suddenly spoke a sentence that made Han Li halt in midair, stopping him in his tracks. "Young Han, don't you want to form your nascent soul? The primary function of the heaven-mending pill is to refine the innate spiritual roots of core formation cultivators, making it much easier for them to advance to the nascent soul stage," Xuan Gu suddenly said coldly. "Refining spiritual roots? Do you take me for a child? There's no such heaven-defying elixir in the world," Han Li replied, turning around after a moment of silence, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. His face was full of disbelief. "Heck, believe it or not. Do you think I've lived this long for nothing? I once captured an elder-level cultivator from the Star Palace and used soul-searching techniques to force this information out of him. The rumors about the heaven-mending pill helping to break through the nascent soul bottleneck and greatly increasing mana and lifespan are false. A former palace master of the Star Palace once consumed one and confirmed it," Xuan Gu explained. "You already have the 9 twist spiritual ginseng. If combined with the heaven-mending pill, your chances of forming a nascent soul could reach 30 to 40%. If you miss this opportunity to retrieve the treasure, by the next time in 300 years, even if you get the heaven-mending pill, it won't have much effect. The refining process of this elixir takes at least 100 years to fully transform your spiritual roots." Think carefully about this, Xuan Gu continued calmly, a slight smirk on his face. 30 to 40% chance of forming a nascent soul. Han Li was visibly tempted. Seeing Han Li's reaction, Xuan Gu smiled slightly and added, "As for the commotion during the treasure retrieval, rest assured. No matter how much the platform shakes, people outside won't sense anything unless they see it with their own eyes. The Heavenly Gang shield from ancient times is renowned for this reason. And if you're worried that one blood jade spider won't suffice, remember, I'm Jai Yin's master and have switched to the path of demonic and ghost cultivation. I know all his corpse refinement techniques too." With these words, Xuan Gu spat out a fist-sized ball of fluorescent light that shot toward the corpse of the blood jade spider on the altar. The ball turned into a thick green mist, quickly absorbed by the corpse. Moments later, the two halves of the corpse fused together. Green light burst from the seam, and the reformed blood jade spider stood up, albeit shakily. Han Li maintained a calm exterior, but was internally astonished. The cultivation world truly held endless wonders. There was actually a technique that could immediately transform a corpse into a refined corpse. My corpse refinement skills are passable, aren't they? Although this spider corpse won't last long and its abilities are weaker than when it was alive, it can still help your blood jade spider retrieve the treasure. Once the treasure is out, you can have all the heaven-mending pills, and we can split the ancient treasures inside the void sky cauldron. But the void sky cauldron itself must be mine. Do we have a deal? Xuan-gu asked confidently as he manipulated the spider corpse to take a few steps. HMPH, even if you make it sound convincing, how do I know you won't turn on me once the void sky cauldron is out? After all, you're stronger than me in both cultivation and skills, Hanley retorted after a moment of contemplation, his eyes flickering with suspicion. Xuan-gu was secretly pleased by Han Li's response. Although Han Li's tone was tough, it was clear he was about 70 to 80% convinced and merely bargaining for better terms. With a smile, Xuan-gu quickly responded, Han Li, you're too modest. If we truly fought, our chances of winning are 50-50. It wouldn't be wise for me to fight you when others could return at any moment. If you help me retrieve the treasure, I'll give you the 9-twist spiritual ginseng's alchemical formula now as a gesture of goodwill. With that, Xuan-gu flipped his hand, producing a white jade slip, and tossed it to Han Li. Han Li raised his hand, catching the jade slip in a blue glow. Xuan-gu laughed lightly at Han Li's caution, but said nothing more. Han Li quickly scanned the contents of the jade slip with his divine sense. Although he didn't have time to verify the formula's authenticity in detail, it seemed genuine, mentioning the 9-twist spiritual ginseng and a couple of auxiliary herbs he'd never heard of before. After some thought, Han Li stored the jade slip in his storage pouch and calmly said, "All right, I agree to the deal. Let's start retrieving the treasure." Decisive as always, Han Li immediately patted a spirit beast pouch, releasing another blood jade spider in a flash of white light. "Good, that's the spirit," Xuan-gu exclaimed, his face showing excitement as he commanded the spider corpse to start spraying webbing. Han Li also instructed his blood jade spider to spray webs, covering the void sky cauldron at the pit's bottom. "Hurry up, our time is limited. Although I can't use berserk techniques due to my cultivation method, I can still cast some auxiliary spells," Xuan-gu explained, casting various colored spells on Han Li's blood jade spider. The blood jade spider entered a berserk state, its body now glowing with intertwining red, black, and green lights, looking eerie. Though Han Li frowned slightly, he said nothing. Without these spells, the spider wouldn't be able to pull the void sky cauldron. With both spiders pulling together, the platform began to shake violently, blue light spraying out. Han Li immediately surrounded himself with a fire attribute shield, turning up the power of his Lynxy shield to the maximum, bathing himself in blinding white light. He also activated the Qingyuan sword shield for added protection. A layer of blue light surrounded Han Li's body, with faint hints of gold interwoven. Xuangu, enveloped in dense green ghostly energy, was equally well protected. Despite the intense cold radiating from the blue light, Han Li, utilizing the Qingyuan sword art to its fullest, managed to avoid frostbite. Han Li marveled at the vast difference between core formation and nascent soul cultivators. The robed elder had effortlessly repelled all the cold with a simple shield. With a sigh, Han Li focused most of his attention on the cauldron's mouth, while keeping a wary eye on Xuangu. Despite Xuangu's sweet talk, Han Li remained extremely cautious of him. Under the strenuous effort of the blood jade spider, the void sky cauldron was gradually being pulled up. Han Li found this treasure retrieval painstakingly slow compared to last time, every inch of webbing taking considerable time to pull. Han Li grew increasingly anxious, fearing the old monster's return. But the bearded man's diversion seemed effective, as no one had yet returned. Suddenly, Han Li and Xuangu simultaneously rose into the air. The blue flames at the cauldron's mouth bloomed into a giant blue flower, turning the platform into a world of blue ice. Han Li's heart pounded as he stared at the black shadow within the blue flames. Last time, he had been too focused on the old monsters to observe the cauldron closely. Now, he could finally see it in full detail. Though only a small portion was visible, Han Li took in every detail of the void sky cauldron. The void sky cauldron was flat and round, with 2 ears and 3 legs, about 4 feet tall and a yard in diameter, not very large. Its top had a slightly convex round lid, with various images of insects, fish, beasts, mountains, waters, and trees carved around it. Although these carvings seemed simple and rough, they were lifelike and gave Han Li a sense of an ancient, primitive aura. As soon as the cauldron appeared at the entrance of the cave, it began to emit a slight hum, and the sound grew louder. At the same time, the surrounding blue ice flames surged and grew several times larger with a few whoosh sounds. Han Li and Xuangu, who had been standing near the entrance, both turned pale and hurriedly flew backward. The entire area within 10 yards of the altar was completely frozen under the light of the pale blue radiance. Except for the flame swaying at the entrance of the cave, and the blood jade spider and the corpse spider still moving freely in their respective blood-colored auras, everything else was thoroughly frozen. If Han Li and Xuangu had delayed their retreat even a bit, they would have been trapped in the ice as well. At this moment, the altar seemed to be encased in a massive blue crystal. How do we retrieve the treasure now? Han Li's expression changed dramatically as he asked Xuangu upon seeing the astonishing freezing scene. Such a sight, which seemed capable of even freezing spiritual energy, left Han Li clueless on how to approach retrieving the treasure. No worries. I have a way to deal with the external dry blue ice flame on the cauldron. The Xuanhun ghost flame I cultivate is also extremely cold and yin-based. Although it can't compare to this ice flame, it can temporarily isolate it and trap it for a while. During this period, you can pull the cauldron out of the cave and then retrieve it, Xuangu said, staring unblinkingly at the blue flame, his tone serious. Although his words were cold, Han Li could detect a hint of excitement. Han Li's expression changed slightly. Xuangu was proactively proposing to deal with the dangerous blue ice flame and letting him retrieve the cauldron. This was quite surprising to Han Li, making him look at Xuangu with a strange expression. He didn't believe the old devil would be so kind-hearted. But this approach seemed flawless. Could it be that retrieving the void sky cauldron was even more dangerous? Han Li felt a bit uneasy. Of course, if Xuangu had suggested that Han Li deal with the ice flame while he retrieved the treasure, Han Li wouldn't have agreed. After a brief consideration, Han Li decided to go along with the plan. Now was not the time to be hesitant. Everything depended on adapting to the situation. If there were any issues when retrieving the cauldron, he would rather give up the treasure than risk his own safety. Having made up his mind, Han Li nodded slightly towards Xuangu to indicate his agreement. Xuangu, seeing this, smiled contentedly at Han Li. Then, with a strange look in his eyes, Xuangu fixed his gaze on the ice flame for a few moments before his body began to spin rapidly in midair. The ghostly aura around him formed a green vortex about 10 yards in diameter, with a chilling yin atmosphere, accompanied by faint wails and moans. Then, the vortex moved downward toward the blue crystal below. With a loud crash, the moving vortex seemed to ignite, instantly transforming into a roaring pillar of fire, shooting up over 10 yards high. This pillar of fire wasn't red or white, but alternated between black and green, exuding an intense chill rather than warmth. Han Li stared wide-eyed at the bizarre pillar of fire plunging into the blue ice. In an instant, 3 colors of light intertwined, producing a harsh, grating sound like metal scraping, causing Han Li to frown deeply. However, his frown soon relaxed. The black-green pillar of fire forced open a path straight towards the center of the altar, heading for the blue flame. Seeing this, Han Li also grew tense, his mind swiftly connecting with the blood jade spider. As long as Xuangu had the ability to separate the dry blue ice flame from the void sky cauldron, he would immediately have the blood jade spider pull with all its might. Finally, under Xuangu's urging, the pillar of fire reached the entrance of the cave. Faced with the dazzling blue ice flame, it only paused for a moment before exploding, transforming into a giant black-green lotus that enveloped the entire blue flame and the cauldron within it. Seeing this, Han Li's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was that Xuangu had changed his mind and planned to monopolize the void sky cauldron. With this in mind, he immediately grabbed the 5-colored copper rings in his hand, becoming extremely vigilant. But what happened next made Han Li relax. Moments later, the giant lotus only took the blue ice flame with it, leaving the void sky cauldron as if it were an illusion, unmoved. Han Li's heart raced with excitement, a flush of excitement appearing on his face. On one hand, he marveled at Xuangu's mystical cultivation methods, and on the other hand, he was thrilled as he directed the blood jade spider to pull with all its might. The taut, thin spider silk buzzed. With a violent shake, a miracle happened. The previously immovable cauldron, under the blood jade spider's desperate pull, shot towards Han Li's direction as if it were weightless. Han Li was initially delighted, then immediately cautious. Not daring to be careless, he quickly raised his hands, and two beams of green sword light shot out from his hands, transforming mid-flight into two green ropes that wrapped around the ears of the cauldron, then pulled together. Instantly, the cauldron halted 3 or 4 yards away from Han Li. Seeing how easily he controlled the cauldron, Han Li stood there in a daze. He faintly sensed that the ease of retrieving the treasure was closely related to the separation of the dry blue ice flame from the cauldron. However, this thought quickly passed through his mind. Without further ado, he wrapped the cauldron in a green mist of genuine energy, pulling it slowly towards him. With a low incantation, the cauldron quickly shrank in the green light, slowly landing in his hand. Everything proceeded so smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. Han Li gently rubbed the cauldron lid with his fingers, still unable to believe that the legendary #1 secret treasure of the Starsea, the void sky cauldron, was now in his hands. Could this cauldron be fake? Han Li wondered, staring at the palm-sized miniature cauldron, a strange thought rising in his mind. At that moment, a burst of laughter interrupted Han Li's strange thoughts. Ha ha, the combination of the dry blue ice flame, Xuanhun ghost flame, and the divine thunder of exorcism can indeed merge, allowing me to cultivate the legendary Shura sacred fire. I knew I wasn't wrong. Ha ha. It was clearly Xuangu's voice, but his laughter now was full of self-satisfaction and ecstasy. Han Li's heart sank, feeling a sudden chill. He gripped the small cauldron tightly in one hand, squinting as he looked expressionlessly at Xuangu. To his surprise, Xuangu was holding a large, glowing sphere about a foot in diameter. At first glance, the sphere still seemed black-green, but on closer inspection, one could see a blue flame burning at its center, struggling to break free despite the black-green shell encasing it. Even more astonishing, the surface of the sphere occasionally emitted pitch-black arcs of lightning, crackling softly with thunderous sounds. Han Li's face changed. Could it be that Xuangu's real intention was? Before Han Li could ponder the implications, Xuangu floated up towards him, holding the sphere. Stopping about 10 yards away, Xuangu's gaze fell on the void sky cauldron in Han Li's hand. Very good, you got the void sky cauldron. It seems my plan was indeed flawless, Xuangu said, eyeing the cauldron with a peculiar expression. Han Li snorted in response, eyeing Xuangu warily without saying a word. You seem to have guessed something. Although I would like to explain, you'll soon be dead. My time is limited, and I'd rather let you die ignorant, Xiuangu said with a slight smile. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Xiuangu's intent to kill and seize the treasure was unmistakable. Not willing to waste time on words, Han Li immediately decided to strike first. He raised his hand, and the 5 copper rings already held in his grip shot out. In a flash of radiance, the copper rings disappeared, reappearing around Xiuangu's neck and limbs in the next moment. Bind. Han Li quickly formed a hand seal with both hands, decisively activating the ancient treasure. Instantly, the 5 copper rings tightened rapidly, embedding deeply into the old demon's neck and limbs, binding him tightly. The 5-element rings. Though this ancient treasure is quite renowned, it's useless against cultivators with different spiritual roots, those far more powerful than the wielder, and practitioners like us, Xuan mocked, even while suffering from the tight grip of the rings. He then effortlessly raised a hand and tapped the light sphere on his chest. The sphere flickered erratically, and with a crackling sound, split open to reveal a large opening. From this opening, a long blue flame shot out, brushing lightly over the rings on Xuan neck and limbs. The rings instantly became coated with a thick layer of frost. Then, with an unbelievable contortion and a few shakes, Xuan caused the now crystalline rings to fall to the stone platform with a crisp clinking sound. Han Li's heart sank. Without any hesitation, he spat out 9 small green swords, which merged in the air into a giant sword, slashing down towards Xuan without delay. Xuan expression finally turned serious. He covered the light sphere with his hands and raised it high. The opening widened further, spewing out a large mass of blue icy flames. These flames quickly formed into a 5-clawed ice dragon, its body glistening and exuding a blue chill, which blocked the green giant sword with its claws and breathed out blue frost onto the sword's surface. The giant sword dimmed after a few hits, and a crystalline frost appeared on its surface, causing it to move sluggishly. With a thunderous crack, several pale golden arcs of lightning appeared on the giant sword, striking the ice dragon and freeing the sword, pushing the dragon back several feet. Still trying to escape, this set of gold thunder bamboo treasures, I'm taking it. And your divine thunder of banishment must be running low, right? How many more times can you use it? Xuan sneered. He then directed the ice dragon to pounce on the green giant sword again. Han Li's heart stirred at Xuan words. Although Xuan spoke nonchalantly, Han Li sensed a hint of fear towards the divine thunder of banishment. But before he could ponder further, Han Li cast a green spell onto the giant sword. With a command, the giant sword blurred and split into 2 identical giant swords, using the sword shadow splitting technique of the green origin sword art. Both swords emitted thick golden arcs, one meeting the blue ice dragon head-on, and the other slashing towards Xuan Xuan exclaimed in surprise. It was unclear whether he was surprised by Han Li's ability to use the divine thunder of banishment so powerfully, or by the sword's shadow-splitting technique, producing two tangible flying swords. However, the surprise quickly vanished from Xuan Gyu's face. He calmly tapped the light sphere again, releasing more cyan-blue icy flames. This time, the flames formed into a triangular ice shield that blocked the attacking giant sword. The golden arcs intertwined with the blue-cold aura of the shield, neither retreating, forming a stalemate. Seeing this, Hanley felt a surge of joy instead of panic. This indicated that, although the divine thunder of banishment couldn't completely overpower the cyan-blue icy flames, the extreme cold of the flames couldn't subdue the divine thunder either. The outcome would depend on whose power was stronger. With this in mind, Han Li patted the storage bag at his waist, causing a blood-red cloak to appear on his body. Though he wasn't yet at a dead end, he prepared this necessary precaution. Han Li then clapped his hands together and began pulling them apart slowly, his expression solemn. With crackling sounds, a pale golden lightning ball formed between his palms, tiny arcs dancing on its surface. The ball, initially only a few inches in size, quickly grew to about a foot in diameter as Han Li infused it with more divine thunder of banishment from his green bamboo cloud-splitting sword. Across from him, Xuan Guo, attempting to break the two green giant swords with his cyan-blue icy flames, turned pale at this sight, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Han Li, a mere early core formation stage cultivator, could produce such a large lightning ball. How many gold thunder bamboo treasures did Han Li possess? Xuan Guo was starting to feel uneasy. The reason for his sudden aggression was his newfound cyan-blue icy flames. Although they weren't yet refined into the holy fire of Shura, they were powerful enough under his control. He knew the divine thunder of banishment could counteract the cold of the icy flames, and he knew Han Li's gold thunder bamboo swords could release this thunder. This made it imperative for Xuan Guo to eliminate Han Li quickly. He believed Han Li's divine thunder of banishment must be nearly depleted. Even if there was some left, it wouldn't be much, making it impossible for Han Li to withstand the icy flames. Besides, no one could possess an endless supply of gold thunder bamboo treasures. The number Han Li had already astonished Xuan Guo. Each use of the divine thunder diminished its reserves, and without resting, the gold thunder bamboo treasures couldn't recharge. Xuan Guo had no intention of giving Han Li that chance. Moreover, with his new ally, Barbarian Beard, defeating Jai Yin would be even easier, with or without Han Li's help. Seeing Han Li activate such potent lightning arcs on the two giant swords surprised Xuan Guo. But now, seeing Han Li produce such a large lightning ball left Xuan Guo truly stunned. This was beyond his expectations. How could an early core formation stage cultivator have so many gold thunder bamboo treasures? Xuan Guo was not just regretful, but deeply shocked and in disbelief. How many gold thunder bamboo treasures did Han Li have? This unanswered question weighed heavily on the old demon's heart. While Xuan was momentarily stunned, the lightning ball in Han Li's hands swelled to several feet in diameter, hovering above him with a deafening hum. Realizing the situation, Xuan face turned ashen. Compared to this lightning ball, the previous divine thunder was nothing. Very well. I don't know how you have so many gold thunder bamboo treasures, but from the moment you acquired them, you became a mortal enemy to us ghost cultivators. Today, I'll show you the power of the so-called holy fire of Shura, Xuan said through gritted teeth. Having no other option, Xuan decided to forcefully combine his 3 energies into the legendary holy fire of Shura. He hoped this fire would overpower Han Li's divine thunder, eliminating this threat once and for all. Of course, this method of quickly merging the energies was dangerous, with a high risk of backlash. But Xuan had no choice. He could try to slowly exhaust Han Li's thunder, or temporarily escape using secret techniques, but his time was limited. Either he let Han Li go or eliminated him before others returned. With a resolute expression, Xuan threw the light sphere in front of him and rapidly formed numerous hand seals, infusing the sphere with various spells. The sphere came to life, with the blue flames inside spinning rapidly, and the outer black flames and arcs rotating in the opposite direction. Soon, the sphere emitted a dazzling radiance. With a muffled sound, countless icy gray-white sparks burst from the sphere, shooting towards Han Li. Han Li's face darkened. Though he had never heard of the holy fire of Shura, he knew it was likely more formidable than the cyan-blue icy flames. With a solemn expression, Han Li stopped infusing the giant lightning ball with more thunder and quickly formed complex hand seals, muttering incantations. The pale golden lightning ball began to elongate, transforming into a golden net that surrounded Han Li, forming a protective barrier from head to toe. The gray-white sparks collided with the golden net. Han Li's face looked grim. Although the electric net temporarily blocked all the grayish-white flames, these flames burned fiercely on the surface of the arcs, as if they could burn anything. This formed a grayish-white fire barrier, trapping Han Li inside. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. What worried Han Li even more was that these grayish-white flames were gradually consuming the pale golden arcs. Although the speed was slow, it was indeed causing Han Li's electric net to shrink gradually. Of course, these flames seemed to have some loss as well, but overall, the Asura sacred fire was overwhelmingly dominant. Seeing this situation, Xuan let out a sigh of relief and showed a slight smile on his face. He didn't believe that under the cover of the Asura sacred fire, Han Li could have any means to escape again. After all, with the fame of this fire, Xuan believed that even a nascent soul stage cultivator would have to exhaust their vitality to possibly use a secret technique to escape. And when he regained the peak cultivation of the nascent soul stage with his refined sacred fire, he believed that sweeping through most of the star sea would be no problem. Thinking of this, Xuan-gu squinted his eyes with a bit of reverie. At this moment, Han Li in his eyes was no different from a dead person. The situation was indeed getting worse. As the golden net shrank, the protection formed by the evil warding divine thunder was about to break. But Han Li, with a gloomy face, showed no expression as he spread his hands. Two slender golden arcs shot out from his palms, instantly merging with the golden arcs of the electric net. The golden arcs continuously transmitted from Han Li's hands to the electric net. The originally weak electric net immediately glowed with golden light, not only restoring its original size, but also continuously emitting finger-thick arcs, temporarily holding back the grayish-white sacred fire, and even showing signs of surrounding it. Xuan-gu's eyes almost popped out, and he nearly jumped up. Now he finally understood what it meant by man proposes, but God disposes. Han Li still had so much evil warding divine thunder. This was really testing the old demon's nerves. Even if the Asura sacred fire was a higher-level existence than the evil warding divine thunder, if there were too many divine thunders, it was hard to say who would destroy whom. Xuan-gu looked at Han Li with eyes as if he were looking at a monster. He really wanted to see how many golden bamboo thunder rod treasures Han Li had hidden in his not-so-large body. Could it be that the other party had an endless supply of evil warding divine thunder? As soon as this thought appeared, Xuan-gu suddenly bit his tongue sharply. The sharp pain and the faint taste of blood made his mind much clearer. He shook his head lightly, dismissing this absurd thought from his mind. An endless supply of evil warding divine thunder. Naturally, such a thing was impossible. He was just a bit insecure because of the other party's large number of divine thunders. But Xuan-gu believed that, after releasing so many divine thunders one after another, Han Li must have very few left. As long as he endured this critical moment, he could completely kill Han Li. All those golden bamboo thunder rod treasures would naturally be his. Thinking of this, Xuan-gu's spirits were lifted again. He greedily stared at Han Li a few more times, and then looked up at the light sphere in the sky. Han Li still had unused evil warding divine thunder, and he had not fused all the Kyanlin ice flame into the Asura sacred fire earlier. He had only fused a small part of the obtained ice flame to reduce the risk of secret technique backlash. But now it seemed that this small amount of sacred fire was still not enough to kill Han Li. Only by fully fusing the remaining ice flame could he completely obliterate the opponent in one go. With this thought, he nodded slightly and began to chant incantations. The light sphere in the sky started spinning rapidly, emitting dazzling rays of light again. Seeing this, Han Li's heart suddenly turned cold. As Xuan-gu had anticipated, Han Li had consumed nearly 90% of his divine thunder, by continuously using the evil-warding divine thunder to contend with the opponent's Kyanlin ice flame and Asura sacred fire. Now, seeing the opponent about to change the Asura sacred fire to attack again, Han Li was sure he couldn't hold on with the remaining divine thunder. The only way was to break through the fire blockade and escape first. After all, no matter how powerful the opponent's flame was, if it couldn't touch his body, it was useless. With this thought, Han Li made a decisive move. He gathered all the remaining evil-warding divine thunder in his body and released it instantly. Immediately, 2 arm-thick golden arcs shot out from his palms, striking the electric net. The golden electric net flickered a few times and finally exploded into a golden glow with a low, thunderous sound. Countless pale, golden electric sparks pushed the remaining grayish-white flames far away. At this moment, Han Li's figure flashed a few times and disappeared from the spot, reappearing several feet away. During this movement, Han Li secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that he might accidentally touch even a trace of the grayish-white flames, which would be fatal to him. Now that he had escaped the cover of the Asura sacred fire, Han Li unhesitatingly shook his cloak, and the blood-red cloak began to float without wind. This was a sign of activating this ancient treasure. He had made up his mind to rush to the stone steps in one go, then use the azure bamboo cloud-splitting sword to avoid the barrier and seize the opportunity to escape. Seeing this, Xuangu also guessed some of Han Li's intentions. He was immediately anxious, hastily increasing his power and speeding up the transformation of the light sphere. A huge, muffled sound echoed, and the entire light sphere was completely set ablaze, instantly turning the surface of the sphere into grayish-white flames, seemingly forming the Asura sacred fire. But surprisingly, there was still an inconspicuous blue light in the center of the fireball, which kept flickering, as if it was unstable. Seeing this, Xuangu was slightly stunned, but then he didn't mind. This might be because his current power was not high and he hadn't fully transformed it. It wasn't a big deal. What he was concerned about was that Han Li was about to escape. He wouldn't let Han Li get away no matter what. So he immediately gestured to the grayish-white fireball, which trembled a few times and began to change shape to attack Han Li. But at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. The remaining blue light at the center of the grayish-white fireball suddenly flickered a few times and then exploded inside the fireball. Immediately, the surface of the fireball became uneven, and a sharp whistling sound could be faintly heard from within the sphere. Xuangu was greatly alarmed and hurriedly tried to control the fireball's mutation. But he had long forgotten that these Asura sacred fires were not truly refined by him. He was only using some external force to control them. Now, stimulated by the explosion at the core, the fireball could no longer remain stable and went completely out of control. His little power couldn't control it. As cold sweat broke out on Xuangu's forehead, the fireball instantly changed to black, green and white colors before exploding above his head. Countless grayish-white sparks scattered everywhere. Xuan-Gu's face turned pale. Without thinking, he quickly spun his body like a top, and a large mass of black-green ghostly energy surged upward, trying to block the out-of-control Usura sacred fire. Then he shot forward like an arrow. As long as he could run out of the fireball's explosion range, he could save his life. Although the black-green ghostly energy looked menacing, it disappeared without a trace upon contact with the grayish-white sparks, unable to block them at all. Fortunately, the falling speed of these Usura sacred fires was not very fast. Even though the explosion range was vast, Xuan-Gu managed to sprint out just in time to escape the affected area. But at this moment, a series of blue lights flashed before his eyes, and more than a dozen azure sword lights came at him head-on. It was Han Li who noticed the reversal of the situation, immediately abandoned his plan to flee far, and seized the moment to shoot numerous azure origin sword beams to block Xuan-Gu's path. Xuan-Gu was shocked and furious, cursing in his heart. But at this moment, he had no time to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and cross his arms in front of him, and a thin layer of green aura emerged from his body for protection. He then charged forward. As a blue light approached, he opened his mouth and shot a green beam. It was the old demon's treasure, the golden bamboo thunder arrow. The green beam shattered 4 or 5 sword lights in a row before being knocked aside. The remaining sword lights unceremoniously struck Xuan-Gu's arms. Bang, bang, 5 or 6 dull thuds sounded in succession. Xuan-Gu clearly underestimated the power of Han Li's azure origin sword beams. Although he managed to withstand the first 4 beams with his body, the last 2 beams finally broke through his protective green aura and struck his true body. His sprinting figure staggered a few steps backward. This time, Xuan-Gu was utterly terrified. He frantically reached into his robe, seemingly trying to retrieve something. But a seemingly weak, cool grayish-white spark had already silently landed on his shoulder. With a sizzle, the grayish-white flame flared up. Xuan-Gu didn't even have time to scream before his figure disintegrated in the flames, turning into ashes and vanishing without a trace. Seeing the power of the Usura sacred fire, Han Li's expression changed multiple times, and he gasped in shock. However, after the grayish-white flames incinerated Xuan-Gu, they reformed into small floating sparks. At this moment, possibly due to Xuan-Gu's death, all the falling grayish-white sparks emitted a black-green gas. Then, after a few thread-like black electric arcs flashed, the sparks instantly turned blue, returning to their Kyanlin ice flame form. Suddenly, Han Li felt the surroundings tighten. The entire space filled with a pale blue cold air, and an icy sensation hit him. Transparent, thin ice began to form around him, threatening to completely freeze the light barrier. Han Li was shocked. He hurriedly poured spiritual power into his spirit rhinoceros pendant, and the blazing white light immediately pushed the cold air back, preventing it from getting within half a foot of him. However, the Kyanlin ice flame, now uncontrolled by Xuan-gu, seemed to show its true power. In just a short moment, the entire high platform had turned into a huge ice mountain, with Han Li barely holding out using the white light around him. But the rapid depletion of his magical power made Han Li secretly suffer. Now, Han Li understood that the Kyanlin ice flame, under Xuan-gu's control, had not shown its full power, possibly due to Xuan-gu's insufficient cultivation, or because it hadn't been truly refined. During the attack on him earlier, only a small part of its real power was displayed. If the Kyanlin ice flame had shown such terrifying power from the start, Xuan-gu would have had no need to fuse it with the Asura sacred fire. It would have been enough to kill him several times over. This also implied that the supposedly more powerful Asura sacred fire had not shown its true power either, likely displaying less than 1/10 of its potential. Han Li pondered these thoughts and quickly figured out most of the truth. However, he wouldn't let himself be unjustly killed by the now ownerless Kyanlin ice flame after finally defeating Xuan-gu. With a determined look, Han Li pressed a hand on one of his spirit beast pouches at his waist. This pouch contained thousands of devouring gold insects. At this moment, he could only rely on the devouring ability of these insects and see if he could take the risk to escape. But regardless of whether he escaped successfully or not, these not fully evolved devouring gold insects would surely not withstand such extreme cold. A small mistake could lead to their complete annihilation. However, for the sake of his life, Han Li couldn't afford to worry about this. Han Li's hand moved to open the pouch. But at this moment, another change occurred. The floating Kyanlin ice flames flashed a few times and then emitted a clear ringing sound. As if receiving some command, they shot towards the sky, merging into one. A moment later, a blue misty light cluster floated in the air. Inside this light cluster, a fist-sized blue ice pearl appeared. The chilling aura that had filled the high platform instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Han Li, halfway through opening the beast pouch, was stunned, but soon showed a look of surprise. He didn't care why the Kyanlin ice flame had changed so strangely. This had saved him from a dire situation. Now, the blue ice pearl slowly descended from the sky, passing right in front of Han Li. Han Li looked at the ice pearl, his eyes flashing with curiosity, and he appeared to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a thin electric arc shot out from his palm, wrapping around the ice pearl and controlling its descent. The ice pearl showed no signs of reacting, obediently being guided by the electric arc. Seeing this, Han Li's expression remained cautious. He carefully manipulated the golden arc, pulling the ice pearl slowly towards him. When the pearl stopped about a foot away from him, Han Li hesitated. He cautiously extended a hand, wrapped tightly in a layer of cyan light, and reached out to grab it. Although his hand was shielded by the thick protective aura, Han Li could still feel a slight chill, but it was far from freezing. It seemed that after the Kyanlin ice flames had condensed into this pearl, they had fully contained their extreme cold. Relieved, Han Li withdrew his protective aura and grasped the pearl with 3 fingers, bringing it close to inspect. The blue pearl was hard and light blue on the outside, with flickering flames inside, indicating some instability. Han Li hesitated for a moment. The Kyanlin ice flame was an incredibly rare treasure, potentially even a secret treasure on par with the Zeushan cauldron. Although he currently didn't know how to use or refine this ice flame, he couldn't possibly abandon it. Han Li had seen the formidable power of various demonic fires, like the Qingyang demon fire and Tiandu corpse fire, and had long desired to possess such a powerful demonic flame himself. Having witnessed the might of the Kyanlin ice flame firsthand, he knew it surpassed those other fires. Such a treasure falling into his lap was an opportunity Han Li couldn't pass up, even if it involved some risk. With this in mind, Han Li sent out another burst of pale golden electric arcs, wrapping the ice pearl in one layer after another. Soon, a golden wire-like ball appeared in Han Li's hand, with tiny electric sparks occasionally flickering on it. Satisfied with this, Han Li felt assured. From his previous encounter with the ice flame, he knew that the evil warding divine thunder could barely restrain it. If the ice pearl were to explode again, the electric net would temporarily contain it, giving him time to react without fearing a sudden backlash. However, Han Li's body was now completely drained of the evil warding divine thunder, with not even a single arc left. But this didn't bother Han Li. With an excited expression, he took out a square jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the ball inside before putting it away securely. Only then did Han Li have time to fly around the altar, collecting the severely weakened blood jade spider into his spirit beast pouch. The other spider corpse puppet had reverted to a corpse, completely motionless. As Han Li flew over the spot where Xuan-gu had been incinerated, he paused, surprised to find something faintly glowing white on the ground. He beckoned it into his hand with a spell. The item was a small piece of white bone, only a few inches long. After a quick inspection, Han Li realized it was a piece of rib. However, the fact that it had survived the Asura sacred fire unscathed was astonishing. Han Li remembered how Xuan-gu had retrieved the Zeushan fragment map from a rib bone in the underground cave. Could this rib also be storing something? He wondered. Without further hesitation, he stored it in his pouch, deciding to examine it later. Now was the time to escape this place as quickly as possible. As he prepared to fly towards the stone steps, he noticed a small green arrow lying motionless a few yards away, seemingly devoid of any spiritual energy. Han Li frowned and shot a beam of cyan light from his hand, pulling the treasure towards him. After a quick inspection, just as he was about to store it, a strange hissing sound came from one of his spirit beast pouches. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he showed a curious expression. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped the beast pouch, and a yellow light shot out, revealing a small monkey. The Tihun beast, capable of devouring souls and spirits. Hanley also spat out a gray-black bead into his other hand. The Minghun bead used to control the Tihun beast. Hanley hadn't truly refined this bead since it was handed to him by Yuan Yao, finding the circumstances peculiar. However, he had removed her spiritual imprint and could still control the Tihun beast temporarily. Holding the Minghun bead, Han Li's eyes fixed on the green arrow as he suddenly spat a ball of cyan fire to burn it slowly. However, after a while, the arrow showed no reaction, remaining as lifeless as before. Han Li's eyes gleamed coldly. Licking his lips, he threw the arrow into the air and commanded the Tihun beast. The Tihun beast snorted, and a yellow mist shot out, enveloping the arrow. The previously motionless arrow suddenly flashed with green light and emitted a sharp scream, transforming into a streak of green light that shot towards the stone steps, seemingly terrified of the yellow mist. Just as the small arrow flew out about a dozen feet, it was flicked by Han Li with a flick of his middle finger, and a green sword chi shot out straight, hitting the arrow directly. It caused it to stumble and pause for a moment. And in just this slight delay, the rosy light emitted by the wailing soul beast immediately engulfed the arrow within it. Instantly, the treasure shimmered incessantly, constantly darting and dodging within the light, as if trying to break free. But the yellow light seemed to possess a tremendous suction force, preventing it from breaking free no matter how it struggled within the light. Since the wailing soul beast was known as the nemesis of all ghosts, the soul-sucking divine light it sprayed from its nose was certainly more than just that. The rotation of the small arrow slowed for a beat, and then hundreds of fine yellow threads shot out from the rosy light, entwining and tightly wrapping around the arrow. The yellow threads simultaneously pulled outward, forcibly pulling out a cluster of green light from the arrow. Under the entanglement of the yellow threads, the green light constantly morphed into various forms of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, fluctuating in size and attempting to break free. However, the yellow threads directly pierced into the green light, making it impossible to break free, and slowly dragged the green light toward the wailing soul beast's large nose. The cluster of green light panicked, and after a flash, it transformed into the face of an old man, appearing terrified as it pleaded loudly to Han Li. Han Jr., spare this old man. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to serve you as a ghost slave for life. I possess countless esoteric arts and secrets, all of which I am willing to impart to you. And Han Jr., don't you want to know the full Xuan Yin Great Law? Even those rebels of the extreme yin, I have not taught them the final few layers. There is also the mystery of the Xuan soul refining demon Great Law. Wouldn't you like to know about it? Furthermore, although my foundation has been taken by the extreme yin, I still have several secret caves with numerous treasures, all of which I am willing to offer to you, Master. As the ghost face spoke faster and faster, its expression became increasingly panicked, even voluntarily calling itself a servant. At this moment, it was only a foot away from the wailing soul beast's large nose. If it were truly sucked in, even if its demonic soul were tenacious, there would be no chance of escaping. Hearing these temptations spoken by the ghost face, Han Li, whose willpower far surpassed ordinary people, couldn't help but hesitate slightly, showing a hint of hesitation on his face. Perhaps sensing Han Li's hesitation, the ghost face, as if clutching at the last straw, growled lowly again. Even if Junior doesn't want these things, don't you want to know the weaknesses of the extreme yin techniques? Don't you want to remove the tracking marks placed on your body? Hearing this, Han Li's eyes flickered a few times, and his expression finally changed. After a light sigh, Han Li gripped the soul-chiming bead in his hand lightly and waved it gently. The swirling rosy light suddenly slowed down, allowing the ghost face to finally pause in its descent towards the wailing soul beast's large nose. Wrapped in the yellow threads, the ghost face was overjoyed, and its spirit relaxed. Han Jr., your decision is definitely wise, allowing me to stay behind completely. The ghost face reluctantly forced a smile, wanting to flatter Han Li a few more words. But at this moment, the wailing soul beast's large nose suddenly exerted force again. With even more intense suction force than before, it completely sucked the defenseless ghost face into its nose without any resistance. Only then did a hint of cold mockery appear on Han Li's face. The wailing soul beast seemed to have burped after exerting too much force, clumsily patted its belly, and a satisfied look appeared on its face. With a faint smile, Han Li waved the soul-chiming bead in his hand, and the wailing soul transformed back into yellow light, flying into the spirit beast pouch. Enslave you? How could I dare to bargain with a tiger for its skin? An old ghost who has lived for thousands of years, even if I am superior in cunning, I may not necessarily be able to compete with you. Even if you talk endlessly, it is still more reassuring to eliminate you. Otherwise, I don't know when I will be ambushed by you. Han Li walked a few steps over, reached out and took the green arrow into his hand, murmuring to himself as he looked at it. Up to now, Han Li still hadn't figured out whether this ghost face was the main soul of the profound bone, or a residual soul, separated by some secret method. It wouldn't be surprising for a ghost cultivator to have the supernatural ability to separate souls, and Han Li didn't find any anomalies with his spiritual sense. But Han Li had another method in mind to find this hidden mark. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mercilessly killed the ghost face. Seeing Han Li hesitate, the ghost face roared lowly again, as if grasping at the last straw. Even if Junior doesn't want these things, don't you want to know the weaknesses of the extreme yin techniques? Don't you want to remove the tracking marks placed on your body? Hearing this, Han Li's gaze flickered a few times, and his expression finally changed. With a sigh, Han Li released his spiritual sense and commanded several thousand golden and silver beetles to fly out of the spirit beast pouch, crawling all over his body. After a while, some of the gold-eating bugs emitted a peculiar, sharp chirping sound at Han Li's calves. Han Li was overjoyed, and with a thought, he issued a command. Then, the gold-eating bugs there stirred for a while, and then all the flying insects flew back into the spirit beast pouch like a swarm of bees. Then, without further hesitation, Han Li flew straight towards the stone steps. He had spent too much time here, making him a bit uneasy. Within tens of feet, he arrived. With a mouthful, a green light spurted out, and the green bamboo cloud sword slashed open a large gap in the barrier. Han Li transformed into a streak of light and shot out from the gap. According to his calculations, it would be best to secretly return to a certain secret room on the first or second floor, and then remove the prohibition and teleport out of the void sky hall. As for the secret rooms on the other floors, they were too dangerous for him. So Han Li followed the path in his memory, flying forward without saying a word. When he came, all the mechanisms and restrictions had been removed, and Han Li had no other concerns except for avoiding the group of old monsters head-on, allowing him to boldly fly forward. So on the way, Han Li released his spiritual sense while taking out the old scroll, finally having time to take a quick look. Han Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after just a few glances. The rushing light ahead even slowed down. At first glance, the scroll didn't seem unusual at all. Not only did it emit no spiritual power after being unfolded, but the content of the scroll was also extremely crude, depicting a rough outline. However, after a few glances, Han Li immediately recognized the content of the scroll, which turned out to be a schematic diagram of the inner hall's 5th floor. Not to mention anything else, the platform and the Triskelion cauldrons sketched on the platform were undoubtedly the marks of the void sky cauldron. And the crisscrossing patterns in front of the platform were definitely these passage chambers. What surprised Han Li, however, was that while all the other patterns in the picture were drawn with black ink, only one route spanning several passages was drawn in bright red. At the end of this route was a high wall at the edge of the inner hall, and behind this wall was a pattern resembling a teleportation array. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but slow down his advance. According to his original plan, he had to walk from the 5th floor to the 1st or 2nd floor, where he would have a good chance of encountering several old monsters. But if this marked pattern was genuine, wouldn't he be able to teleport to other places from this teleportation array? Even if he couldn't directly teleport outside the void sky hall, it would still be much better than staying in the inner hall of the 5th floor. What's more, what excited Han Li even more was that his current position, according to the markings on this diagram, was just at the next intersection after a turn, where he could directly step onto the route marked in red. The only thing that worried him was whether there would be any prohibitions or puppet mechanisms on this route that he couldn't handle. As for the authenticity of this diagram, Han Li wasn't worried at all. No one would just casually hide such a map in that blue stone, especially considering the age of this diagram, which was so ancient and filled with a primitive charm in its brushwork, indicating it was from the same period as the void sky cauldron. No one would play such a joke. As Hanley hesitated, he had already reached the next intersection. Hanley couldn't help but look around, feeling undecided. Oh well, if he encountered any danger, he could always return along the original path. According to the markings on the scroll, this route wasn't too long. The risk was much smaller than returning to a lower floor. Moreover, he didn't believe that this map, which looked like an escape route, would mark an overly dangerous path for the person holding the map to take. With that in mind, Hanley raised both hands without hesitation. After several white lights shot out, several giant ape puppets appeared in front of him. The journey was exceptionally calm, much to Hanley's surprise. After following the route marked by the red line and going through several twists and turns, Hanley encountered no restrictions or puppets and easily arrived at a high wall. Looking at the seemingly ordinary stone wall, Hanley unfolded the old scroll again and carefully compared it. Yes, it's definitely here. After a moment, Hanley muttered to himself. With a lift of his hand, 5 green sword lights shot out from his fingers and plunged several feet into the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Hanley felt delighted. There were no restrictions on the wall. Indeed, there was something hidden inside. Then, Hanley's 5 fingers moved slightly, and the 5 sword lights simultaneously rotated halfway, easily carving out a circular hole about 10 feet high. With a gentle push of his hand, a large hole appeared on the stone wall, revealing darkness inside. With a flick of his wrist, the sword lights disappeared, but a white light sphere floated from his palm and slowly drifted into the hole. Without hesitation, Hanley's figure moved, and he effortlessly leaped into the hole. It was a small secret room, no more than 2 zhang high and about 5 or 6 zhang long and wide, covered in thick dust. However, in the middle of the secret room, there was indeed an extremely crude teleportation array. The array was crooked and twisted, with rough inscriptions carved on it, as if it had been imitated by someone who didn't understand formations at all. Hanley frowned. Could it be that it was unusable or already abandoned? He stepped forward and, using his knowledge of formations, carefully examined the teleportation array. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the teleportation array was crude, it was still usable, and it didn't seem like a long-distance teleportation array. It was estimated that after being teleported, he wouldn't suddenly appear tens of thousands of miles away in a strange place. Hanley took out several spirit stones and quickly installed them around the teleportation array. After a buzzing sound, the array emitted a faint glow. Seeing this scene, Hanley smiled faintly. However, instead of immediately rushing to teleport, he turned back to look at the hole that had opened and pondered for a moment. Then he walked a few steps over and cast several restoration spells on it. The broken stones instantly sealed the hole, restoring the stone wall to its original appearance. Only then did Han Li clap his hands and step onto the teleportation array, disappearing in a burst of white light. The next moment, Han Li's figure appeared in a misty area, slightly damp and warm, with an indescribable fragrance in the air. But Han Li was standing in a dilapidated formation, staring in astonishment ahead, his mouth gaping wide open. In the distance, there was a milk-white pool about 10 zhang in size, emitting white mist and a fragrant scent. But what stunned him was not this, but the fact that there was a naked figure standing half-submerged in the pool, bending over and playing in the water. The figure had exaggerated curves, fair and glossy skin like ivory, and jet-black hair cascading down to her waist, all indicating that she was a beautiful woman in her prime. This unexpected encounter made Han Li involuntarily swallow, feeling dazed. But when his gaze fell on the face of the stunningly beautiful and unbelievably surprised woman, Han Li was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. "Miss Yuan, what a coincidence to meet you here again. But it seems like my timing is a bit off." Han Li glanced unabashedly at the woman's body, speaking nonchalantly. The young woman, who had disappeared as soon as she entered the inner hall, was none other than the stunningly beautiful Yuan Yao. At this moment, Yuan Yao was already shocked by Han Li's sudden appearance. Now, after hearing his words clearly, she suddenly realized, her face flushing red. She hurriedly covered her proud breasts and the pair of erect nipples above them with her jade hands, scolding lightly in embarrassment. "How did you get here? The transmission array is obviously abandoned and unusable. You..." "Turn around quickly." Yuan Yao looked embarrassed. Hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly, not answering the woman but instead calmly walking out of the teleportation array, taking a look around. This was a huge stone chamber, about 30 to 40 zhang in size, with ordinary stone doors on both sides. Opposite Han Li, on the other side of the pool, there was a pile of black clothes and several storage bags. Several zhang further back on the stone wall, there was a white jade-carved dragon head relief. Below the dragon head, about 3 or 4 kai away, there was a greenish groove with a green-necked jade bottle inside, as if it were receiving something. When Yuan Yao saw Han Li's gaze fall on the green bottle, her expression suddenly changed, and she forgot her embarrassment. But Han Li, ignoring her reaction, immediately shifted his gaze away and walked to the edge of the pool, bending down to look at the milky white liquid. Yuan Yao sighed in relief, her allure restored to its usual state, but her eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, as if pondering something. At this moment, Han Li seemed to recall something and suddenly reached out to gently scoop up some of the milky white liquid from the pool. The fragrant liquid exuded a pure spiritual aura. However, after a moment, the fragrance and spiritual aura disappeared before Han Li's eyes at a visible rate, turning into ordinary clear water. Hanley's face showed some emotion. The spring of spiritual insight. I didn't expect the Lord of the Void Sky Hall to move such a large spring of spiritual water here. Did Miss Yuan take such a great risk to enter the inner hall for this? Hanley flicked the water droplets in his hand lightly and casually addressed the beautiful woman in the pool. Humph, is this how you talk to a woman, Han Taoist? Do you still want to see more, or do you want the young lady to be naked for a while longer? Yuan Yao regained her composure at this time, but seeing Han Li still unabashedly scanning her exposed, fragrant shoulders, she couldn't help but lower her body a bit more, somewhat annoyed. However, despite her stunning beauty and anger, she still looked charming. Plus, being naked with her jet black hair loose, she was incredibly tempting. Truly a peerless beauty. Han Li stared at the woman's beautiful face intently, feeling a bit heated in his heart. Although he had always been calm and restrained, trying to suppress his desires, he was still a normal man after all. With such a beautiful sight before him, while he wouldn't make any inappropriate moves, he wouldn't mind admiring it and joking a bit. So Hanley sat down at the edge of the pool with a thud, took off his boots, and casually dipped his feet into the water, saying leisurely, "Miss Yuan, if you wish to get dressed, feel free to do so. I won't obstruct you in the slightest. However, having the opportunity to see a beautiful woman bathing, I won't pretend to be a gentleman. Han Li will certainly appreciate it." After saying this, Han Li gently propped up his chin with his hands, smiling as he stared at the blushing beauty in the water. Yuan Yao's face flushed red, wanting to say something. But then her black pupils flickered slightly, and her composure immediately returned. She smiled coyly and said, "He, I really thought Taoist Han was a wooden man who didn't know how to appreciate beauty. I didn't expect you to be so charming. Miss Yuan has received great kindness from Taoist Han, so letting him see a glimpse of this woman's body is nothing. We cultivators don't care much about mere physical appearances. Now, Yuan Yao will get dressed." After saying this, she playfully extended a pure white arm from the water, gently swept her black hair, and smiled enchantingly at Han Li, her jade-like face radiant, as charming as a peach blossom. Han Li was momentarily stunned, seemingly enchanted by the woman's allure. In that instant, Yuan Yao lightly tapped the water with both hands, and a white misty water curtain appeared between her and Han Li, cutting off Han Li's unreserved gaze. Seizing this opportunity, the beautiful woman flew out of the pool like a celestial maiden, shooting towards the clothes and storage bags by the pool. Then, a black mist erupted from her body, enveloping all those items and shrouding her figure tightly. When the black mist dispersed, Yuan Yao's slender and graceful figure reappeared, already neatly dressed, gracefully descending to the ground. The green bottle under the dragon head relief had disappeared without a trace. As the white water curtain descended, Han Li's gaze turned cold again as he looked at the woman. "It seems I don't have the fortune to see it. What a pity," Han Li muttered to himself. Hearing this, Yuan Yao blushed at first, but then she laughed coquettishly, pursing her red lips as she said, Brother Han, weren't you supposed to go to the 5th floor with those experts? How come you're here with little all me? As she spoke, she elegantly extended a jade-like hand to lightly stroke her wet hair. With a flash of white light, her long hair instantly dried. A few strands of blue-black hair brushed her cheeks, making her snow-white skin appear even more radiant. Han Li's eyes showed a hint of admiration. In terms of beauty alone, this woman was definitely one of the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her every move was pleasing to the eye, intoxicating to any man. I just triggered a restriction and got transported here. I was about to ask Miss Yuan, where exactly is this place? Han Li said calmly, his eyes lingering briefly on her jade-like face. Triggered a restriction. Yuan Yao's eyes flickered with a playful, disbelieving look. But Han Li nonchalantly chuckled and stared at her silently. A blush crept up Yuan Yao's face. She felt a bit troubled by Han Li's persistence. In terms of combat, she had witnessed the terrifying power of Han Li's insect-controlling technique, and her best enchantment techniques seemed to have no effect on him. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she reluctantly said, "This is a secret chamber on the 2nd floor of the inner hall. Did you really come out of that old teleportation array? If I had known, I would have smashed it to pieces first. Then, you wouldn't have had such an advantage." Saying this, Yuan Yao gave Han Li an indignant look, still upset about him seeing her body. Hearing this, Han Li's face remained unflustered as if he hadn't heard anything. He lazily stretched, pulled his feet out of the pool, and put his boots back on. In this brief soaking, he had recovered some of his magical power. Though he wanted to soak a bit longer, he was more eager to find a way out and escape the void heaven hall as soon as possible. Ignoring Yuan Yao, Han Li walked towards the stone chamber exit to the south. Standing at the exit, he saw a chaotic scene. Outside was a larger stone chamber, with a dismantled puppet lying in the middle. Judging by the pitted and uneven surroundings, Yuan Yao had clearly fought hard to get here. Across the stone chamber was a stone door, emanating a familiar white glow similar to the restrictive light of the doors from the 1st to 5th floors. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li walked over, took out the fragment of the void heaven map, and lightly pressed it against the stone door after infusing it with spiritual power. Despite a flash of white light, the stone door remained unresponsive. Han Li sighed. As expected, once inside, leaving with just the map fragment was impossible. Lacking the skill to break the restriction, he turned back immediately and headed towards the northern exit. "What are you doing? Inside is a powerful formation, not something an ordinary person can break. Are you planning to break the formation and seize the treasure?" Yuan Yao's eyes followed Han Li, blinking before she coldly asked. "I want to leave the void heaven hall. Do you have a better suggestion?" Han Li replied without turning his head as he reached the other exit. "No, but the treasures here were first discovered by me. Do you intend to compete with me for them?" Yuan Yao's eyes flashed with a strange light as she spoke. "Treasures, you've been here for a while. If you could break the restriction, you should have done so by now. Han Li said bluntly, standing at the exit and gazing at the greenish glow inside. I've made some progress in my studies. Give me 3 to 5 more days, and I can definitely break the restriction. Yuan Yao blushed, but then spoke with a determined expression. Han Li turned around, surprised, half squinting at her without saying a word. Yuan Yao felt uneasy. After a moment, she couldn't help but retreat. Fine, I admit that if I tried alone, I might achieve nothing before the void heaven hall returns. But if you help break the formation now, we can work together, saving you a lot of time. Han Li remained silent, waiting for her to continue. He knew this beautiful woman had more to say. But before breaking the formation, I want to make a deal with you, Yuan Yao said slowly, her gaze fixed on Han Li. What kind of deal? I'm listening, Han Li said, crossing his arms. If you give up the treasure inside, I will compensate you. Compensation. Han Li's expression remained unchanged. Seeing his reaction, Yuan Yao hesitated. After a moment's thought, she looked determined. I am willing to offer some millennium spirit milk to you. How about that? Yuan Yao said seriously. Millennium spirit milk. The legendary elixir that can instantly restore all magical power, worth more than 1,000 spirit stones per drop. Han Li's expression changed, showing interest. Yes, that very elixir. I trust you enough to reveal this secret. You wouldn't harm me for it, would you? Yuan Yao said, her eyes twinkling as she stared at Han Li. From her encounters with Han Li in the ghost fog and the lava road, Yuan Yao believed he wasn't a ruthless person. Despite her reluctance, she revealed this secret. Of course, if she had other treasures to entice Han Li, she wouldn't have mentioned the Millennium Spirit Milk. Still, her jade-like hands rested on her storage pouch. Although not Han Li's match, she had a couple of powerful treasures for emergencies, enough to deter him if needed. Han Li rubbed his nose, remaining silent, then suddenly looked at the dragon head relief, deep in thought. Seeing this, Yuan Yao smiled faintly. It seems Brother Han has guessed. My millennium spirit milk indeed comes from this spiritual spring's accumulation over thousands of years. This should prove I'm not deceiving you, Yuan Yao said softly. Indeed, such a large spiritual spring, if cleverly designed and undisturbed, could produce some spirit milk. Han Li nodded calmly. So, what's your decision? Yuan Yao asked brightly. Can you tell me what treasure is inside? If you're willing to pay such a high price, the treasure must be even more valuable, Han Li asked slowly, his eyes cold. Yuan Yao felt a chill down her spine and a sense of panic under Han Li's icy gaze. Brother Han jests, it's my first time here too. How would I know what treasure lies inside? You're overthinking it. All right, I'll be honest. I do know, but while the treasure is as valuable as the Millennium Spirit Milk, it's more important to me. That's why I offered the milk in exchange. Inside is a piece of unused soul-nurturing wood. Yuan Yao admitted, her voice trembling slightly. One of the 3 divine woods, capable of nurturing the soul, enhancing one's spiritual awareness. Han Li was stunned, then asked incredulously, "Yes, that's the one. But I'm more interested in its ability to house a soul, preserving consciousness," Yuan Yao said softly, her expression somber. "Soul-nurturing wood, millennium spirit milk," Hanley muttered to himself, gazing at the stone chamber ceiling. "Not surprising there's a spirit spring here. It's obviously to nourish this wood. I want the millennium spirit milk, but I'm equally curious about the soul-nourishing wood," Han Li said slowly, looking at Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao's face instantly turned icy cold. "Don't worry. After so many years of nourishment, the wood must be quite large. I only need a small piece of the root. I won't compete with you for the main trunk," Han Li said with a slight smile, noticing her expression. "Just the root." Yuan Yao was initially startled, but then relaxed, though there was still a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Of course, as compensation, I still expect to receive the millennium spirit milk you promised earlier," Han Li said, his face turning serious. "Heck, Han Dayu is quite the schemer. I'm sure many sects would be willing to pay a hefty sum for the root of the soul-nourishing wood. But I agree to this," Yuan Yao said with a playful glance, seemingly believing she had seen through Han Li's intentions, and laughed charmingly. Feeling reassured, she quickly continued, "All right, let's break the formation then. I'll first share some insights I gained earlier." "Wait," Han Li interrupted. "Don't you want to take the spirit spring with you?" "Are you joking, Han Dayu? This spirit spring has long been integrated with the inner hall by the master of the Void Sky Hall using profound restrictions. If I had such great abilities, I would have taken the Void Sky Cauldron directly instead of staying here," Yuan Yao said with a slight pout. Han Li looked slightly disappointed, but then smiled wryly. He realized he was getting too greedy, thinking about claiming every treasure he encountered. This was not a good sign. He didn't want to end up as someone who died for wealth. After silently warning himself, Han Li spoke seriously, hand over the spirit milk first, then explain the formation. "If we work together, we should be able to break it within a few days." Yuan Yao smiled brightly at this, her charm radiating even more. 2 days later, a flash of white light appeared above the sea, dozens of miles away from the Void Sky Hall. In the light, a man and a woman appeared. The man had an ordinary appearance, with nothing notable except his clear eyes. The woman was tall and beautiful, her eyes full of charm. Upon appearing, they cautiously looked around and, seeing no one else, sighed in relief. They were Han Li and Yuan Yao, who had been transported out after breaking the formation in the secret chamber. It seems others are still trapped inside the Void Sky Hall. "They can't come out until the time is up," Yuan Yao said, her eyes gleaming as she looked in the direction of the hall. "Aren't those nascent soul cultivators just like us, retrieving treasures and being transported out?" Han Li remained vigilant, frowning. "Don't worry. The place where one is transported after retrieving treasures is random. It could be nearby or hundreds of miles away. No one can monitor such a vast area, Yuan Yao said lightly, brushing her hair back. That's good, Hanley nodded, feeling relieved. What's wrong? Did you offend those old monsters? If so, you'd better be careful, Yuan Yao said, her eyes gleaming with a hint of inquiry. That's none of your concern. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Han Li said, bowing slightly. Without waiting for her response, he turned into a green streak of light and flew away without any hesitation. Yuan Yao watched Han Li's retreating light, a strange expression on her face. After a while, she shook her head and took out a small, black, foot-long piece of wood. The wood was rough and ugly, but she looked at it with a hint of sadness. Sister Yan, endure a little longer. I'll find someone to make a soul-hiding box from this wood, freeing you from the suffering of soul refinement, she said softly, covering her face with a black robe and flying off in another direction as a black mist. The sea became quiet again. Meanwhile, in the 5th layer of the Void Sky Hall's inner hall, several people stood with dark expressions. They were nascent soul cultivators, including Grandmaster Jian and others, with Mang Su also standing among them. After thoroughly searching the 3rd to 5th layers, we've found no sign of them. Jian, isn't it true that 2 of the missing people have ties to you? Is this not your scheme? Wan Tianming said, his face pale with anger. HMPH, how many times must I repeat myself? My beloved grandson is dead. I confirmed it with my own secret technique. If the heavenly shield hadn't blocked all my senses, I would have known the moment he died, Jian Grandmaster said, his face twisted with grief. In my opinion, Mang Su is the most suspicious. Why did the Void Sky Cauldron get taken while we were chasing him? And why hasn't he explained his connection to that junior? Jian's voice turned sinister, glaring at Mang Su. Ridiculous, why should I explain anything? The cauldron being taken has nothing to do with me. Besides, I was being chased by you. How could I have taken the cauldron? As for your grandson's death, who knows if it's true or false? Maybe you're secretly pleased, Mang Su retorted sharply. You, Jian Grandmaster was furious. Losing his grandson and being accused like this was unacceptable. Just as he was about to argue further, the scholarly elder spoke up to mediate. Mang Su and Jian, no need to argue. The important thing is to find those who took the treasure, whether they're dead or alive. They couldn't have escaped beyond the 3rd layer. We have set up formations at the entrance. They can't escape. As for teleporting from the secret chambers, that's impossible for core formation stage cultivators, even if they work together. Unless they're suicidal, the elder analyzed calmly. But we've searched every corner from the 3rd to 5th layers and found no trace of them, Wan Tianming said coldly, still suspicious. He and the other righteous cultivators had secretly discussed and believed it might be a ploy by the demonic cultivators to let their juniors steal the cauldron. Wan Tianming and the others kept a close watch on Jian and his group, unwilling to leave their side. Jian and the scholarly elder understood their suspicions, but were equally anxious to recover the Void Sky Cauldron. Letting the treasure fall into the hands of core formation stage cultivators would be a great embarrassment and loss of face for them. Meanwhile, Mang Su was equally puzzled, as Xuan Gu's actions were not as planned. He wondered if Xuan Gu had indeed fled with the cauldron. Though doubtful, he kept his thoughts hidden, focusing instead on further complicating the situation. Could it be that the two elders of Star Palace are still nearby? Maybe they took the cauldron after we left to chase them, Mang Su suggested coldly. The others exchanged glances, then looked thoughtful, considering this possibility. Once Han Li had distanced himself from Yuan Yao, he couldn't resist the urge to take out the void sky cauldron and inspect the treasures inside while flying. However, it wasn't long before he felt an urge to vomit blood. Despite trying various methods, the cauldron's lid seemed to be fused with the body, unable to be opened even slightly. Whether he injected spiritual power into it or angrily used various magical tools to attack it, the cauldron remained unmoved, only emitting a few blue flashes. Han Li's heart sank. He found himself completely helpless with the cauldron, aside from being able to enlarge or shrink it. Frustrated, Han Li spent half a day cursing at the imagined master of the Void Sky Hall. Clearly, there was something unusual about the cauldron. It likely required either a nascent soul stage cultivator to operate it or some special technique to open it, not just the infusion of spiritual power. Could it be related to the cyan blue ice flame that originally surrounded the cauldron? Han Li, utterly baffled, could only guess wildly. After some thought, he realized it wasn't too surprising. The void sky cauldron, known as the greatest treasure of the starry sea, was expected to have some peculiarities. Nonetheless, possessing a treasure but being unable to use it was extremely frustrating for Han Li. In a fit of anger, he threw the cauldron back into his storage bag, deciding to study it thoroughly later when he had time. Next, Han Li took out the wolf-head jade scepter to explore its uses. Surprisingly, in a short time, he discovered two abilities. The simplest was injecting spiritual power into the scepter, which created a yellow and red protective shield around him. He had witnessed its extraordinary defensive capability in the Void Sky Hall, where it withstood a powerful attack from Scholar Qing Yi's transformed hand without damage. The second ability involved reciting ancient incantations inscribed on one side of the scepter and directing his divine sense into the wolf heads at either end. This could summon either a small red or yellow wolf, or even a large silver wolf. The red wolf was composed of pure fire attribute spiritual energy and naturally knew several potent fire spells. The yellow wolf, being of earth attribute, excelled in earth spells, including the earth escape technique that Han Li had longed to master. This discovery delighted Han Li. However, he was troubled by the large silver wolf. Despite responding to his commands, the silver wolf acted lethargically and uncooperatively. When Han Li tried to see what spells it could perform, it feigned ignorance. Seeing the human-like look of indifference in the silver wolf's eyes left Han Li speechless. He realized that both the yellow and red wolves were manifestations of the silver wolf, which was the true artifact spirit of the jade scepter. Hanley guessed that the silver wolf's unruly behavior was likely because it hadn't been fully refined. He recalled the astonished expression on the old demon Xuan Gu's face upon seeing the silver wolf and his willingness to use the golden thunder bamboo arrow against it, confirming the silver wolf's significance. Despite this, Han Li didn't let it upset him and put the jade scepter away for later. He then organized the other treasures obtained from the Void Sky Hall. After inspecting the rings given by the old demons, the Linksy pendant, and the ice beads, Han Li found nothing amiss, but decided to store them in his bag rather than keep them on his person. He couldn't part with the extraordinary defense of the barbarian beard's royal scale armor, so he continued to wear it. He also carefully handled the puppet part fragments, the half-bottle of Millennium Spirit milk, and the short root of the soul-nourishing wood. While sorting through these items, Han Li inadvertently found some 5-colored beads, reminding him of their origin. These were the strange objects left behind after burning the 5-colored skeleton near the teleportation array in the heavenly south. It dawned on him that the skeleton likely belonged to Xuan Gu's other rebellious disciple, Jai Xuan. Why Jai Xuan's bones were multicolored, and his connection to Yue Huang puzzled Han Li. However, the resemblance between these beads and the heaven-mending pills from the Void Sky Cauldron intrigued him. The pills were similar in color, but larger and more luminous. Han Li pondered this for a long time before carefully putting the beads away. Determined to return to his cave in Tianxing City before others emerged from the Void Sky Hall, he donned his blood-red cloak and sped towards his destination. Though this consumed much spiritual power, it significantly increased his speed. He needed to reach Tianxing City to retrieve his gold devouring insects before any old monsters could find them. He planned to abandon his cave and use the city's teleportation array to escape to the outer sea. He flew for several days, switching between high-speed travel and slow flight to restore his power using mid-grade spirit stones. This strategy allowed him to cover in a few days what normally took half a month. Along the way, he encountered several low-level cultivators, but ignored them. They wisely avoided bothering him upon recognizing his speed and power as that of a core formation cultivator. As he neared Tianxing City, he noticed an increasing number of cultivators, including large groups of foundation establishment and even core formation stage cultivators. A month later, Han Li encountered his first core formation cultivator, who promptly avoided him without any interaction. This happened again with 2 more core formation cultivators, making Han Li suspicious. Wondering if something significant had occurred in the Starry Sea during his absence, Han Li decided to investigate. One day, as he was flying over the sea, he saw a group of 8 foundation establishment cultivators heading in his direction. Han Li shot towards them as a green streak of light. Seeing this, the group leader, an elderly man, hurriedly ordered his team to stand still and wait respectfully. "Is there something you need from us, Senior?" The elderly man asked politely before Han Li even reached them. Han Li's figure emerged from the green light. He calmly scanned the group and asked, "Where are you from and where are you heading?" "We are from the Three Immortals sect, headed to Tianxing City on orders from our sect master," the elderly man replied respectfully. "To Tianxing City? Why are so many cultivators headed there and why do they seem tense?" Han Li asked, frowning. The old man, slightly taken aback, quickly relaxed and explained, "Senior, it seems you've been in seclusion recently. Tianxing City experienced a major event, causing almost all sects and factions to send people there." "What's the big deal? I just came out of seclusion a few days ago. Tell me about it," Han Li said nonchalantly. "If the senior asks, we juniors will certainly tell the truth. But may I ask the senior's esteemed name?" The old man asked cautiously, hands at his side. Han Li was a bit surprised by this question, but after thinking about it for a moment, he said with a slight smile, "It seems you're quite cautious. I am a guest elder of the Mayoyan sect, surnamed Han. Have you heard of me?" "So you are Elder Han of the Mayoyan sect. That makes you no stranger. Our sect's Fairy Zudi and your sect's Fairy Xiling are close friends. Our two sects have always had good relations." The old man sighed in relief upon hearing Han Li's identity and said with a smile. Seeing the other party's expression of camaraderie, Han Li was taken aback for a moment before laughing out loud. His laugh caused the old man's expression to tighten, and he became somewhat apprehensive. "Did I say something wrong?" the old man wondered. "I don't usually involve myself in sect affairs. I don't care whether what you said is true or false. Just answer my questions properly, and I won't make things difficult for you. Now, tell me what's been happening recently," Han Li said, his smile fading. "How would I dare deceive the senior? Every word I spoke is true. Here's what happened." The old man smiled nervously, almost swearing to prove his honesty, but quickly began explaining under Han Li's cold gaze. "Recently, there was a sudden rumor in the chaotic star sea that the heavenly star saints have mastered the divine magnetic light and are about to emerge from seclusion. The Star Palace plans to take this opportunity to eliminate some unruly or uncontrollable forces. Initially, most people thought it was just another rumor. But to our surprise, a few days after the rumor spread, the Star Palace indeed issued the Heavenly Star Order to various factions. They commanded all sect leaders and island masters to visit the Heavenly Star City to meet the Heavenly Star Saints upon receiving the order. Otherwise, they would be exterminated for disrespecting the Star Palace. The old man explained in detail. Summoning all the factions to meet the Heavenly Star Saints. That doesn't sound right. Would the Star Palace issue such an obviously antagonistic command? Han Li squinted, skeptical. Yes, when the Heavenly Star Order reached all the factions, most people were stunned. If the Star Palace was at the peak of its power, such an order might have been acceptable. But now, the righteous and demonic forces are not inferior to it. This move is perplexing. The old man showed a wry smile. So, the cultivators I encountered on my way are all going to meet the heavenly star saints? Han Li asked, frowning as he re-examined the group. That's hard to say. The old man hesitated, speaking somewhat ambiguously. Hard to say? What do you mean? Han Li's face showed a flash of confusion as he asked strangely. Senior, there's something I haven't mentioned. Shortly after the Star Palace issued the Heavenly Star Order, the righteous and demonic paths suddenly announced the formation of an organization called the Anti-Star Alliance, claiming to break the Star Palace's dominance over the chaotic Star Sea and end its rule completely. Wan Sangu, the chief protector of the righteous path's Wanfa sect, and the current top figure of the demonic path, the six-path extreme saint, were appointed as the two leaders of the Anti-Star Alliance. As soon as the Anti-Star Alliance was established, many sects and organizations affiliated with the righteous and demonic paths joined. Many other factions responded as well, and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators also joined as elders. The Anti-Star Alliance also issued a reverse star order similar to the Star Palaces, declaring that any faction visiting the heavenly star saints would be deemed enemies of the Anti-Star Alliance and not spared. They even announced their intention to attack the Star City soon and invited other factions to watch to declare their stance. The old man showed a helpless expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li remained expressionless on the surface but was quite stunned internally. Such a significant event had occurred during his short confinement in the virtual Heaven Hall, which was utterly unexpected. For a moment, Han Li felt quite unsettled. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Li. He looked at the old man and asked calmly, "What does the reverse star order look like? Do you have such an order on you?" "Our sect did receive one, but it's with the sect master. However, I copied its appearance into a jade slip. Would you like to see it, Senior?" The old man paused, then said ingratiatingly, "Let me see it." Han Li nodded coldly. Hearing this, the old man quickly flipped through his storage bag and carefully presented a yellow jade slip to Han Li with both hands. Han Li took it without hesitation and quickly scanned it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly. It was indeed identical to the ghost-faced token shown to Wuchu by the elder of the Six-Link Hall. Though the design had some variations, it was unmistakably from the same source. It seemed that the righteous and demonic paths had been secretly colluding for many years, carefully infiltrating other factions. Though shocked, Han Li maintained a stoic face as he returned the jade slip to the old man. "So, you are heading to the vicinity of Heavenly Star City to observe the upcoming battle between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance before making a decision?" Han Li asked casually. Hearing this, the old man showed an embarrassed expression. "Yes, Senior. We are indeed following our sect master's orders to observe the situation. Our Three Immortals sect is not a major faction and can only adapt accordingly. In recent days, the Anti-Star Alliance has already launched attacks on the Star Palace's outer islands, gaining significant ground. Some islands have even declared their defection to the Anti-Star Alliance. Next, it's likely the inner islands will be contested. Meanwhile, some opportunists are causing trouble, leading to many incidents among loose cultivators and small sects. Bodies are found in the wilderness, and entire sects are annihilated. The old man's concern explained why many traveling cultivators were cautious. "I see. All right. Since you've explained everything, you may go." Han Li, satisfied with the old man's answers, waved his hand indifferently. "Then we'll take our leave, Senior." The old man was overjoyed and quickly saluted before leading his group away without delay, not wanting to stay near an unfamiliar core formation cultivator any longer. Han Li stood still, lost in thought. The Star Palace and the righteous and demonic paths finally broke into war, which was both good and bad news for him. The good part was that the war would occupy most of the powerful figures, making them less likely to pursue him and the virtual heaven cauldron, increasing his safety. The bad part was that the war would complicate his return to Heavenly Star City. At the very least, security checks for entering cultivators would be stricter, especially for those at the core formation stage. Moreover, if the battle began before he reached Heavenly Star City, his chances of entering would be slim. The Star Palace wouldn't allow random cultivators to enter the city during such times. With a sigh, Han Li realized the dilemma. Over the following days, Han Li intercepted several groups of low-level cultivators, confirming the news repeatedly. This left Han Li in a difficult position. Now, floating above the sea, Han Li stared into the distance, deep in thought. He looked up at the blue sky, then flipped his hand to reveal a small blue bottle, the one containing the 1,000-year spirit milk. Looking at the bottle, Han Li showed a trace of helplessness. Using this precious item so soon felt like squandering a treasure. But if he didn't, he might not reach Heavenly Star City before the Anti-Star Alliance launched its attack. Then he wouldn't be able to enter the city, let alone use the teleportation array to escape to the outer Star Sea. After much contemplation, Han Li finally gritted his teeth, opened the bottle, and carefully poured a few drops of the clear, viscous liquid into his mouth. Then he put the bottle away, donned his blood-colored cloak, and transformed into a streak of blood light, disappearing from sight. Over the next half-month, whenever Han Li's mana was nearly depleted, he would take some spirit milk and continue his journey without rest. This greatly shortened his travel time, making his speed almost on par with a nascent soul cultivator. As a result, some core formation cultivators he encountered mistook the blood light for a nascent soul elder, giving way respectfully without daring to obstruct or harbor any ill intentions. No cultivator dared to challenge this supposed nascent soul elder. With incredible speed, Han Li arrived at the waters near Heavenly Star City, drawing the attention of several cultivators along the way. Seeing that he was only a few days away from his destination, Han Li replaced his blood-colored cloak with a more ordinary one to fly under the radar. This area was likely teeming with powerful beings, including nascent soul stage cultivators. Han Li had no intention of attracting their attention, opting for a more discreet approach. Fortunately, he hadn't heard of the Anti-Star Alliance appearing in the vicinity yet, so he felt somewhat relieved. Ahead was the final stop before reaching Heavenly Star City, Nanning Island. Though not large, it housed a substantial number of Star Palace cultivators, functioning as an outer garrison for the city. In the past, this island's port would be bustling with ships of all sizes and numerous mortals and cultivators coming and going. However, when Han Li scanned it from above, he saw only a dozen small boats and a handful of cultivators flying in and out. It seemed that those aware of the impending battle were wisely avoiding the area. Those who dared to enter or leave the island now were mostly spies from various factions, trying to gauge the situation. After the long journey, Han Li felt somewhat fatigued and decided to take a brief rest on the island. He also planned to replenish supplies needed for his journey to the outer Star Sea. It was prudent to stock up here, as the situation in Heavenly Star City was uncertain. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. As soon as Han Li descended, he noticed that security on Nanning Island was significantly tighter than before. Upon entering the port's formation range, he felt at least 3 core formation stage cultivators' divine senses scan him. One even followed him for a while before deeming him harmless and retreating. Clearly, the Star Palace was also on guard against sudden attacks by the Anti-Star Alliance. Without haste, Han Li headed directly to the island's marketplace. The marketplace of Nanning Island was located in a small city not far from the port, established for the convenience of traveling cultivators and merchants. Han Li had visited this place once before. Although not as famous or expansive as the marketplaces on larger islands, it offered a comprehensive range of goods, often cheaper than those in Heavenly Star City. Many goods destined for the city were offloaded here, where Star City merchants would then pick them up. Without wasting time, Han Li reviewed the 9-curved ginseng formula given by Old Devil Xuengui, memorizing the required ingredients before systematically searching various material shops. Senior, I apologize, but I've never heard of thousand-leaf dew in my years running this material shop. As for agate horn, it's the rare horn of the agate beast, a treasured demonic beast. It's exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Perhaps you might try other shops or the major auction houses, a middle-aged cultivator with well-defined features said cautiously to Han Li. You claim to run the largest material shop here. If you don't have it, other shops won't either. As for auctions, I don't have time to wait, Han Li said, tapping the chair arm lightly, somewhat displeased. The middle-aged cultivator looked embarrassed, but could only keep smiling, as he truly didn't have what Han Li sought. Offending a core formation stage cultivator was out of the question. Seeing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Han Li sighed, realizing the man indeed didn't have the items. He stood and walked out. It seemed he'd have to find another way to obtain the last 2 ingredients for the 9-curved ginseng. However, these were only needed when he reached the peak of core formation and began forming his nascent soul, so there was no immediate rush. As the middle-aged cultivator escorted Han Li to the door, he hesitated, then said, "Senior, perhaps the 1,000-leaf dew has simply been renamed." "Oh, what do you mean?" Hanley stopped, intrigued. "I've been in this business for over 100 years, and I've seen many rare and strange materials. If I haven't heard of something, it's likely because its name has changed over time. It might now be known by a different, possibly more common name," the middle-aged man explained earnestly. Han Li considered this, finding the explanation reasonable. The 9-curved ginseng was a legendary elixir, and its formula probably dated back to ancient times. Researching ancient texts might reveal the modern name of 1,000-leaf dew. With a nod of appreciation, Han Li left the shop. His mood lightened. He spent the next few hours gathering various pill formulas used by core formation stage cultivators, preparing for future alchemy endeavors. He also stocked up on other materials that couldn't be grown with his small bottle, ensuring he had enough for his journey. Han Li estimated that his trip to the outer star sea would be long-term. He didn't want his alchemy efforts to be hindered by a lack of common materials, potentially stalling his cultivation progress. Armed with ancient treasures and formations, Hanley felt confident in dealing with 6 or 7-level demonic beasts. However, encountering an 8-level beast, which could partially transform into human form and possessed intelligence equal to a human's, would still force him to flee. A few hours later, with everything gathered, Han Li left the marketplace and headed for the port. As dusk fell, the sky grew dim and blurry. Just as Han Li flew a short distance, a burst of multicolored light erupted from the port area, followed by thunderous sounds. Han Li's expression changed, and he accelerated, turning into a streak of azure light. Before reaching the port, he stopped abruptly, his face darkening. In the sky ahead, countless beams of blue, red, and other colors rained down on the port's defensive array, causing explosions and rumbles. It looked like at least 1,000 cultivators were attacking simultaneously. The defensive array glowed with a red sheen, blocking most of the attacks. Beneath the barrier, numerous white-clad Star Palace cultivators were desperately fighting back. Han Li smiled bitterly. Despite his rush, the battle had broken out before his eyes. The news of the attack would quickly reach Heavenly Star City through special channels. Returning to the city now seemed futile. Frustrated, Han Li's expression shifted several times before he finally disappeared, choosing to remain hidden. He had no intention of getting involved in the conflict between the 2 major factions. However, he quietly extended his divine sense, observing the situation. As he had suspected, the area soon became lively. Not long after, numerous beams of light flew out from within Nanning Island, landing nearby to watch the battle from a distance. Most were foundation establishment cultivators, numbering over 100, with a few daring chi condensation cultivators mixed in. Only 5 or 6 core formation cultivators, including a mid-stage one about 7 or 8 miles away, were present. This mid-stage cultivator, hidden on a hill, hadn't noticed Han Li's surveillance. Han Li, having cultivated the great evolution technique, had a divine sense rivaling even those in the initial nascent soul stage. He could sense if any nascent soul cultivators were nearby. Most nascent soul cultivators spent their lives at the initial stage, rarely advancing further. Sensing no such experts nearby, Han Li felt somewhat relieved. The battle at the port did not last long. As the red glow and various other lights intermingled, another large wave of ominous gray-white light joined the fray. Under the relentless barrage of spells and magical tools, the formation below could no longer hold. With a loud boom, the red light flashed wildly a few times before shattering with a tearing sound. However, whether due to the lingering power of the formation or the deliberate actions of the Star Palace cultivators below, the remnants of the red light burst forth in a final blaze of glory, momentarily disrupting the ranks of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the Star Palace cultivators below scattered in all directions. Among them, several particularly dazzling and swift beams of light shot out from low altitude, fleeing the port. These were likely the high-level cultivators left on the island by the Star Palace. Almost simultaneously, a dozen similarly strong beams of light flew out, relentlessly pursuing them. In an instant, these beams disappeared without a trace. It seemed the leaders of the Reverse Star Alliance intended to capture all Star Palace cultivators on South Bright Island, leaving none behind. At this point, numerous Reverse Star Alliance cultivators began descending slowly from the sky. Their attire clearly indicated two distinct factions. One group wore silver robes with golden belts, while the other consisted of eerie green-robed cultivators. It appeared that both the righteous and demonic paths had mobilized together. Han Li was somewhat surprised that the battle had ended so quickly, but it also made sense given the overwhelming disparity in strength. Even if the Star Palace cultivators wanted to fight to the death, they were likely unable to do so. However, Han Li couldn't help but wonder if he should take advantage of the chaos to leave the island. Just then, an elder in green robes flew out from among the green-robed cultivators. A brief sweep of his divine sense revealed him to be at the early nascent soul stage. The elder calmly flew above Han Li and the others, glanced around, and then spoke in a deep voice. "Fellow Taoists, listen up. I am Kang Yunlong, a guardian of the Reverse Star Alliance, delivering a message on behalf of Elder Wang. Our alliance has just repelled the Star Palace cultivators. To avoid any misunderstandings, we ask that you refrain from leaving the island for the next 2 hours until the Star Palace remnants are fully dealt with. Rest assured, our alliance only targets the Star Palace and its allies. We will not trouble other fellow cultivators." The elder's voice was not loud, but was clear enough for all the nearby spectators to hear. The hidden cultivators exchanged glances, but did not step forward or speak up, creating a momentary silence. Hanley felt somewhat relieved by this. It seemed the reverse star alliance would not be too troublesome for them. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt. After all, even if he hurried to Sky's Star City now, he still didn't know how he would get in. As Han Li was considering this, the green-robed elder had already flown back to the port. Han Li continued to observe without moving. The other cultivators, perhaps on missions or with other reasons, also stayed close to the port, keeping a close watch on the actions of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators. The silver-robed cultivators were dismantling the old formation and setting up their own, while the green-robed cultivators split into two groups. One group flew out of the port, spreading out to maintain vigilance, while the other group flew directly over Han Li's head and headed into the island to conduct searches. Watching these cultivators work silently and methodically, Han Li was somewhat amazed. It seemed that both the righteous and demonic paths had long been planning to disrupt the Star Sea's hegemony. Such well-trained disciples couldn't have been prepared in just a few decades. It looked like South Bright Island would become a forward base for the assault on Sky Star City. However, Han Li was also puzzled. Had the Star Palace become so weak that they were merely waiting passively for the righteous and demonic paths to attack? Or were the twin saints of Sky Star still in seclusion, and the Star Palace was trying to buy time to strike back later? Han Li couldn't figure it out, but then he smiled wryly. Regardless of the hidden cards and strategies of the Star Palace or the righteous and demonic paths, what did it matter to a mere rogue cultivator like him? Why waste time pondering it? He just needed to stay cautious and avoid getting entangled in their conflict. With this thought, Han Li felt more at ease. After watching quietly for over 2 hours, the green-robed elder returned with 3 other nascent soul stage cultivators. Those who wish to leave the island, please present proof of your identity or your cultivation method, and you may leave safely. Those who do not wish to leave may stay on the island. As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards our Reverse Star Alliance, all rules remain the same as before. The elder floated in midair, speaking loudly to those below. Hearing this, the onlookers below stirred briefly, but quickly fell silent again. Though the elder's words were polite, no one was eager to step forward first. For righteous path cultivators, it might be easier, but these obviously demonic cultivators had a notorious reputation. If they were playing some sort of trap, stepping forward could mean walking into a snare. Although the possibility seemed small, no one wanted to take the risk, preferring to let others go first. Hanley also remained still. As an early nascent soul stage cultivator, the elder's divine sense couldn't detect him unless he revealed himself. He had no intention of being the first to step forward. It remained quiet for a long time, until the elder's face began to darken, and finally, a white light shot out from below. The beam wasn't particularly fast, and within it was a young-looking cultivator in blue robes. Junior disciple Xin Ming of the Sky Gate sect greets the seniors. Here is my identification, the white water sword. The young man flew up to the elder, respectfully presenting a white, glowing, small sword. Oh, the Sky Gate sect. I have met your sect master, Liu Zhenren, before. This sword is indeed a mandatory item for your sect's disciples. You may leave. The elder examined the small sword briefly, then nodded and returned it with a more relaxed expression. The young cultivator was overjoyed, bowed, and flew towards the port. As he passed through, none of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators stopped him. Seeing someone successfully leave without incident, other cultivators began to reveal themselves and fly towards the elder. The elder seemed experienced, instantly recognizing all kinds of tokens and cultivation methods presented to him. This impressed Han Li. However, when he saw a nascent soul stage cultivator also allowed to leave without issue, he felt it was time to move. Suddenly, he revealed himself and flew towards the sky as a blue light. And who might this Taoist be? The elder's tone softened as he immediately recognized Han Li's nascent soul stage cultivation. I am an elder guest of the Myriad Sound sect. Here is my token. Fortunately, Han Li had the elder token given by Fairy Zai Ling, which he carried with him. He took it out without hesitation and handed it to the elder. Myriad Sound sect. I have heard of your sect, though I understand it has two elders, Han and, who are often in seclusion and rarely appear. Are you one of them? The green-robed elder scrutinized the token, then looked at Han Li and asked slowly. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm expression and smiled. My surname is Han. I didn't expect Taoist to know even about us obscure cultivators. Impressive. Ha, it's nothing. Your sect's fame in the Star Sea is not small, especially Fairy Zai Ling. Our young master has long admired her beauty. I hope you can convey this message. The green-robed elder chuckled, sounding very polite. Young master, to whom is the Taoist referring? Han Li asked hesitantly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Our young master is the only disciple of the saint ancestor. Though he has been little known before, I believe he will soon become famous throughout the Star Sea. The elder hadn't spoken, but another large man behind him coldly interjected. Understood. I will certainly convey this message if I see our sect master. Han Li, though a bit puzzled, readily agreed. Very well. This token seems genuine. You may go, Taoist Han. The green-robed elder, seemingly satisfied with Han Li's response, played with the token for a moment before returning it without further trouble. Han Li cupped his fists in salute, and then calmly flew away. As Han Li transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished from sight, the elder stared after him with a peculiar expression. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with this person, or is his identity false? The burly man asked, startled by the elder's expression. His identity should be fine. Our disciples infiltrating the myriad sound sect have long replicated the portraits of the two elders. This man looks exactly like the one in the jade slip. He is indeed Elder Han. Even if he used some secret technique to change his appearance, he wouldn't escape Elder Wang's discerning eyes at the port. The green-robed elder stroked his beard, and with a wave of his hand, produced a green jade slip, which he briefly showed to the burly man before putting it away. If there's no issue, why the strange look? The burly man snorted, sounding dissatisfied. This myriad sound sect's Elder Han is not simple. I'm afraid neither of us could defeat him in a one-on-one fight, the green-robed elder said after a moment of contemplation, startling the burly man. What do you mean? Isn't he just an early core formation cultivator like us? And a rogue cultivator at that. How can he compare to us, who regularly receive guidance from the saint ancestor? The burly man shook his head in disbelief. The elder wasn't upset by the burly man's words. Instead, he calmly explained. Liu Guardian, you should know that while the Seven Fiends art I practice isn't a top-tier technique, it is extremely sensitive to the presence of killing intent in a person. The killing intent on that man is the heaviest I've ever seen in a core formation cultivator. He must have killed many cultivators. So what? If I slaughtered more low-level cultivators, I could easily do the same, the burly man said dismissively. That's different. Killing low-level cultivators can indeed accumulate some faint killing intent, but it quickly dissipates. This man's killing intent is dense and extremely sharp and cold. This can only be formed by killing many cultivators of the same level or higher. Such killing intent clings permanently unless removed by certain Buddhist or Taoist secret techniques. Moreover, he seems to know some mysterious technique to conceal his aura. The killing intent he's showing is less than 1/10 of its true amount. Even so, it's already astonishingly heavy. Ordinary cultivators facing him would find their illusions and mind-controlling spells greatly weakened. If caught off guard by this killing intent, their minds could be momentarily overwhelmed, and they would be lucky to exert 70 to 80% of their full strength. If he practiced my Seven Fiends art, his cultivation would advance rapidly, the elder said coldly, his eyes flashing. The elder naturally didn't know that although Han Li had killed only a few core formation cultivators, he had slain hundreds of fifth-level demonic beasts, equivalent to early core formation cultivators. The killing intent on him far exceeded the elder's imagination. Kang Guardian, are you planning to take him as a disciple? Don't forget he's also a core formation cultivator and wouldn't easily submit to you, the burly man asked, puzzled. Take him as a disciple? Of course not. I'm just interested in the method he used to form such strong killing intent. There must be some trick to it, the elder said calmly. Hearing this, the burly man lost interest completely. He wasn't practicing any of the few esoteric techniques in the Star Sea that used killing intent to advance cultivation, so he was unmoved. However, the burly man suddenly remembered something and asked casually, You mentioned that the young master is interested in Fairy Zai Ling of the Myriad Sound sect. Why haven't I heard of this? Did he instruct you privately? Ha ha. Does such a matter require the young master's instructions? You know what technique the young master practices, and Fairy Zai Ling is the most beautiful woman in the Star Sea. If we can make this happen and present her to him, the benefits would be immense. The young master has already reached the late core formation stage. With the saint ancestors' guidance and protection, he could reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years. The elder chuckled sinisterly. The burly man seemed to understand and nodded excitedly. When do we make our move? The young master seems to be about to come out of seclusion again, the burly man said with a cruel smile, rubbing his fists. There's no rush. It's best to act after this battle. Only by showing the Myriad Sound sect our reverse star alliance's strength will it be easier to handle. If they still refuse to submit, I've heard they used to have their headquarters in Sky Star City. We can find an excuse of colluding with the Star Palace and force them to comply, the elder said slowly, his expression calm. Good, let's do that. With only 2 early core formation elders, they can't resist us. Kang Taoist, you're truly wise. The burly man laughed heartily. The elder smiled slightly, feeling a bit proud inside. This way, I can also pressure Elder Han to reveal his method for accumulating killing intent. A double benefit, the elder thought, a strange expression crossing his face. Han Li flew away from the green-robed elder and his group, his light flashing to the port sky. Glancing at the busy Reverse Star Alliance cultivators below, he was about to speed up and leave. At that moment, a powerful divine sense descended from the sky, enveloping Han Li completely. Han Li was startled but remained calm, floating in the air without moving. As he had expected, the Reverse Star Alliance wouldn't let them leave with just a token. This was likely a nascent soul stage elder personally using divine sense to check for any core formation cultivators, using secret techniques to disguise themselves. Han Li remained exceptionally calm, not showing any panic. He had never intended to use a false identity. Using minor techniques to change one's appearance would not deceive a powerful divine sense unless using a few legendary secret techniques or extremely rare treasures. Using a false identity might raise suspicions and backfire. With this in mind, Han Li preferred to continue using his Myriad Sound sect elder identity, even at the risk of being tracked by Jai Yin and others later. By the time those old monsters came looking, he would have reached the outer seas. Thinking this, Han Li calmly let the nascent soul stage elder's divine sense probe him. Sure enough, the divine sense soon disappeared without lingering on him. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and continued flying away from the port without hurry. Shortly after leaving the port, Han Li increased his speed. Although he didn't use the blood-colored cloak treasure again, he didn't intentionally slow down. Half a day later, while flying and pondering how to enter Sky Star City, he suddenly stopped, frowning and scanning the nearby sea with a puzzled look. His expression turned serious as he looked into the distance, his body enveloped in a faint blue light, floating motionlessly. Soon, two streaks of light, one blue and one red, shot towards him at high speed. In a flash, they arrived in front of Han Li, revealing two middle-aged cultivators. Silver robes and golden belts. They were righteous path cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance, both at the early core formation stage. One was a beardless scholar with a fair face, and the other was a burly man with shiny black skin. The two men coldly stared at Han Li without speaking, their divine senses locking onto him, ready to act at any moment. After a moment, Han Li spoke in a low voice, his tone calm. "Do you two need something? I need to be on my way. If there's nothing important, I'll take my leave." "You can't leave. You must come with us," the burly man said coldly, his tone commanding. Han Li was initially stunned, but a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. "Have I offended you? Or has the Reverse Star Alliance become so domineering that it can capture people at will?" Han Li said coldly, his face showing a hint of frost. "There's no need to get angry, Taoist. My brother and I are tasked with hunting down Star Palace remnants. We wounded a Star Palace cultivator who fled in this direction using a strange escape technique. You happen to appear here, and as far as we know, the Star Palace has several secret techniques for altering appearances. We can't tell if you've changed your appearance, so until we find that escaping cultivator, we ask for your cooperation," the scholar said politely but firmly, making it clear they wouldn't let Han Li go. Hearing this, Han Li fell silent, his expression fluctuating as if he were deep in thought. Seeing Han Li's hesitation, the two Star Palace cultivators exchanged a glance, growing even more vigilant, their eyes fixed intently on him. "All right, I have nothing urgent. I'll go with you," Han Li suddenly said with a calm smile. Hearing this, the scholar and the burly man relaxed their tense expressions. The scholar even showed a hint of smugness, about to say something. But at that moment, Han Li acted. His right hand, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly shot out, releasing 6 beams of green light that silently flew towards the burly man. Simultaneously, his left hand flipped over, revealing 5 copper rings of various colors in his palm, which began to hum with a low, resonant sound. "You dare to attack?" The scholar reacted quickly, his mouth opening to spit out a square-shaped magical treasure that was several inches in size. The object, flat and black as ink, resembled a strange inkstone. The burly man, not slow either, flung out a large white jade seal. It expanded several times its original size, surrounded by white light, and moved to intercept the 6 green beams. "Be careful, those copper rings are ancient treasures," the scholar warned upon recognizing the rings. The burly man paused in surprise, but before he could react, the 6 green beams merged into a giant green sword and slashed toward the white jade seal, while 6 other beams curved around to attack from the side. Startled, the burly man quickly formed a hand seal, causing a surge of blue light. Several runes emerged from his body, glowing brightly as they expanded to form a protective blue barrier around him. Meanwhile, the scholar, having reminded his companion, pointed at the floating inkstone magical treasure in front of him. The inkstone began to spin rapidly. Black mist poured out from it, expanding to cover several feet in an instant, filling the area with the scent of ink. The scholar unhesitatingly formed a spell, and the black mist quickly coalesced into dozens of pitch-black birds. These birds, each about half a foot long, flew towards Han Li with shrill cries and flashing red eyes. Han Li, however, remained unfazed. With a cold snort, the copper rings in his hand flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, the rings reappeared in a flash of multicolored light, binding the scholar's neck and limbs. The scholar felt his magical power dissipate and was unable to gather it again. This sudden turn of events left the scholar horrified. Despite his heightened awareness, the copper rings had still managed to ensnare him without warning. Terrified, he frantically considered how to escape. Meanwhile, a loud crash sounded as the giant green sword clashed with the white jade seal. The white light overpowered the green sword, shattering it into pieces. At the same time, the other 6 green beams struck the blue rune barrier around the burly man. Thudding sounds echoed as the beams struck. The runes flashed but held firm against the green beams, preventing them from breaking through. Han Li raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Without the repelling divine lightning, the green bamboo cloud-splitting sword's power was indeed limited due to its short cultivation time. Before Han Li could think further, the black birds had already reached him. Although the scholar could no longer support them with his magic, the inkstone treasure still drove them to attack. Han Li snorted again, and the flower basket in his hand flared with light. A swath of white light erupted, enveloping the incoming birds completely. Seeing this, the scholar turned pale. "Impossible, you have another ancient treasure. Who are you?" he exclaimed in disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator to possess even one ancient treasure was a stroke of immense luck, as such treasures often fell into the hands of nascent soul stage cultivators. That Han Li could consecutively bring out both copper rings and a flower basket astonished the scholar to his core. But Han Li had no intention of answering. He tossed the flower basket forward. The basket's white light wrapped around the jade seal, making it struggle and rotate within, but unable to break free. Without hesitation, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending out over 10 beams of green sword light toward the scholar trapped by the 5 elements rings. No, the scholar only had time to cry out before his body was pierced by the green beams, riddled with holes and lifeless in moments. He had no chance to use any of his abilities, his magical power sealed by the 5 elements rings, leaving him utterly helpless. Han Li waved a hand, and the 5 elements rings returned to him in a flash of colorful light. Now he turned his cold gaze towards the burly man. The burly man, sweating profusely, was desperately trying to retrieve his jade seal. But with Han Li's attention now on him, fear gripped his heart. In a panicked move, he turned into a blue light and fled, abandoning his life-bound treasure. His decisiveness, though admirable, was futile. Han Li's eyes narrowed as the copper rings vanished from his hand again. The next moment, they reappeared over the fleeing man, ignoring the blue runes and binding his body. The blue light abruptly halted, and the man fell straight down. A flash of green light descended, circling the man and slicing him into pieces. With that, both Star Palace cultivators were dead. Han Li casually retrieved their storage bags, scanning them briefly with his divine sense before storing them. The jade seal and the floating inkstone treasure were also collected without hesitation. "Why don't you come out? You've been watching long enough," Han Li said calmly, looking down at the sea below. Though his voice was soft, it echoed across the surrounding waters. A gust of wind blew, but the area remained silent. Sighing lightly, Han Li's expression darkened. "You're hiding in the sea below. Do I really need to drag you out?" His tone turned more menacing. "Please wait. I'll come out," a voice finally responded, unable to remain hidden any longer. When Han Li heard this person's voice, he was slightly taken aback and felt somewhat surprised. Then the waves on the sea below rippled, and after a flash of white light, a figure slowly emerged from the water, flying upward. The figure wore the white robes of the Star Palace, with black hair reaching the shoulders and a green jade headband around the forehead. The person looked at Han Li with a calm expression. However, when Han Li saw this person's face clearly, he was stunned and revealed a look of astonishment. This person's face was as fair as jade, with elegant brows, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and red lips. It was a stunningly beautiful face. What baffled Han Li was that he couldn't tell whether this person was male or female. The person's lips carried a lazy smile, and their every move exuded a carefree manner. Despite the undeniable allure in their eyes, Han Li couldn't determine their gender. "May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? I am Ling Yuling, an enforcement officer of the Star Palace." This person reminded Han Li of Tian Nan Demon Dao's Hehuan sect member, Tian Buke. But on closer thought, the two seemed entirely different. Although Tian Buke was also extremely attractive, his actions and voice clearly indicated he was male. In contrast, Ling Yuling, despite having male mannerisms, had an inexplicable air of femininity and a voice that was deep yet magnetic. "I am Han Li. It was merely a minor effort on my part. If they hadn't been so insistent, I wouldn't have taken such drastic measures," Han Li replied, keeping his surprise hidden. "Regardless, I am deeply grateful for your help," Ling Yuling smiled charmingly, exuding an effortless grace. Han Li felt a chill at this sight. Uncertain of this person's gender, he could only remain indifferent to their beauty. "Are you in a hurry to reach Tianxing City, fellow Taoist. It's currently under strict lockdown and difficult to enter. If you don't mind, I can help you get inside as a token of my gratitude, Ling Yuling suggested, their eyes twinkling. Han Li was a bit surprised by this offer, but upon reflection, he realized that having this person vouch for him was precisely why he had eliminated the two Nixing Alliance cultivators, to prove he had no affiliation with them. Since the offer was made, Han Li saw no reason to decline. My residence is in Tianxing City. I've been rushing back, and if entry is restricted, your assistance would be greatly appreciated, Han Li replied. Since you have already helped eliminate those two, it's evident you have no ties to the Nixing Alliance. The Star Palace welcomes you. However, there are still other formidable cultivators in pursuit. We should leave this place quickly, Ling Yuling said, her eyes sparkling with a hidden charm. Han Li said nothing, merely nodding. The two transformed into beams of light, heading towards Tianxing City. On the way, Han Li curiously observed Ling Yuling. Despite their loose white robes, there were no evident signs of gender. However, under close scrutiny, he noticed the absence of an Adam's apple. Still, this alone didn't confirm their gender. Certain mystical arts could alter physical characteristics. Could this person be practicing such an art? Han Li wondered. Noticing Han Li's gaze, Ling Yuling smiled alluringly, causing Han Li some discomfort, prompting him to look away. You possess two ancient treasures, indicating extraordinary fortune. May I ask about the origin of those copper rings? I've seen various ancient treasures, but never ones with such unique powers, Ling Yuling asked casually. It's nothing, just a bit of luck, Han Li replied calmly, unwilling to divulge more. Heck, slaying two same-level cultivators alone is no small feat. Are you interested in joining the Star Palace? I could recommend you, Ling Yuling offered. Han Li frowned. This Ling Yuling was proving to be difficult. Joining the Star Palace now would be like walking into a trap. Though I'm honored by the invitation, I owe a great debt to the Myriad Sound sect and hold the position of guest elder. It's inconvenient for me to switch allegiances, Han Li replied diplomatically, using the Myriad Sound sect as a shield once again. No problem. Your loyalty is commendable. The Star Palace will always welcome someone like you. But we should hurry, Ling Yuling said, not pressing further. Relieved, Han Li engaged in casual conversation as they flew. A day later, they saw the massive Tianxing City in the distance, both showing signs of relief. Before they could approach, a squad of 5 cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman, flew over. Leading them was a yellow-faced, middle-aged man of early core formation stage, with the others at foundation establishment level. Greetings, Protector Ling. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators recognized Ling Yuling and respectfully bowed. It seemed Ling Yuling was quite well known within the Star Palace. The yellow-faced man, showing concern, asked, Junior Brother Ling, are you all right? We were worried when we heard about the attack on Nanaming Island. Who is this? He looked at Han Li with suspicion. This is Han Li, who saved me from two Nixing Alliance cultivators. His residence is in Tianxing City, so I brought him along. There's no issue with him entering, is there? Ling Yuling asked, appearing paler and more delicate than before, perhaps from fatigue or injury. Ling Yuling still carried an air of fragility. Of course not. As your savior, he is welcome. Are you injured, junior brother? The yellow-faced man asked with concern, his attitude making Han Li ponder. It's nothing serious. Though I was hit by a treasure, my Tianxiang rope protected me. I'm fine, Ling Yuling replied, a faint blush coloring their fair cheeks. I have a secret Tianling pill. Please take it to recover your vitality, the yellow-faced man offered, hesitantly handing over a small bottle. Ling Yuling's expression darkened as if about to refuse, but then they smiled charmingly, saying, taking the bottle with a delicate hand, Ling Yuling suddenly exuded a captivating charm, appearing entirely feminine. Of course, I'll take good care of him, the yellow-faced man promised, looking thrilled by Ling Yuling's favor. Han Li noticed this, feeling a bit more certain about Ling Yuling's true nature. Although you have helped Brother Ling before, there are still some necessary questions I must ask. These are extraordinary times, and I hope you understand, the yellow-faced cultivator said, staring in the direction where Ling Yuling had disappeared, before finally turning his attention to Han Li. Feel free to ask whatever you need, Han Li replied calmly, without hesitation. Very well. First, I need to confirm your identity, the yellow-faced cultivator said, nodding slightly with a detached tone. Han Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. I am an elder of the Myriad Sound sect. Here is my waste token, and this is the restriction token for my cave residence in the city. I believe you can verify their authenticity, Han Li said, reaching into his storage pouch and taking out two different tokens, which he handed over unhurriedly. Myriad Sound Sect. Check if there is such an elder with the surname Han, the yellow-faced cultivator said, accepting the tokens without courtesy and giving orders without turning his head. The female cultivator behind him, who had a rather delicate appearance, was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded with a nod. She rummaged through her storage pouch and eventually retrieved a jade slip. After probing it with her divine sense and glancing at Han Li several times, she respectfully said, Protector Zhao, the Myriad Sound sect does have an elder named Han, and he matches the description in the portrait exactly. Oh, these two tokens are also genuine. It seems your identity is indeed authentic, the yellow-faced cultivator said, nodding without any particular expression after hearing the confirmation. All right, you all continue to patrol the area. I'll handle the procedures for this fellow Taoist to enter the city, the yellow-faced cultivator instructed, returning the tokens to Han Li. Yes, the four others responded in unison. The yellow-faced cultivator then signaled to Han Li and flew towards the direction of Star City. Han Li turned into a streak of azure light and followed closely behind. Before long, The yellow-faced cultivator led Han Li to the vicinity of the high walls of Star City and flew to a spot above a city gate. Although no one else approached to question them along the way, Han Li's divine sense detected at least 4 or 5 groups of hidden cultivators, mostly at the foundation establishment stage, with 2 of them at the core formation stage. Despite maintaining a calm expression, Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. It seemed that security had indeed tightened after the attack on Nanning Island. Without someone to vouch for him, sneaking into Star City would have been no easy task. The gate area was rather desolate. Apart from a dozen white-robed cultivators, there was no one entering or leaving the city. Upon closer inspection, Han Li noticed that the tall walls and gates were shimmering with a faint white glow, indicating the activation of some kind of restriction. Upon landing, the yellow-faced cultivator unhesitatingly approached an elderly man sitting among the white-robed cultivators. This elder, with a short goatee and a face full of wrinkles, was reclining in a bamboo chair with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. "Protector Yu, this is Elder Han from the Myriad Sound sect. I have verified his identity and tokens, and there are no issues. Please explain the city entry procedures to him. I must continue patrolling the perimeter and cannot stay longer," the yellow-faced cultivator said, bowing respectfully to the elder. Han Li's eyes swept over the elder, and he became slightly more cautious. This elder was actually at the mid-core formation stage, which explained the yellow-faced cultivator's respectful demeanor. Myriad Sound sect. The elder's eyelids twitched as he slowly opened his eyes, still looking somewhat drowsy. "Yes, additionally, this Taoist has helped Brother Ling on the way here." The yellow-faced cultivator hesitated briefly before reluctantly adding, "Oh, that's unusual. I understand. You may go, Taoist Zhao." The elder's eyes flashed with a cold light that quickly disappeared. His voice remained lethargic. The yellow-faced cultivator, unfazed by the elder's demeanor, bowed again before ignoring Han Li and flying away. Han Li stood calmly, silently observing the elder without impatience. "I've met the young lady from the Myriad Sound sect, Xiling, a few times. She's indeed quite perceptive. It's a pity I've only heard of you from her but never met you in person. You look quite young. Have you also cultivated some kind of youth-preserving technique like Brother Ling? Such techniques are usually extremely yin-based and not beneficial for men," the elder said, squinting at Han Li. "So Brother Ling is male. I haven't practiced any youth-preserving techniques. I merely consumed a rejuvenation pill," Han Li responded calmly, without revealing any emotion. "Whether Brother Ling is male or female, few in our Star Palace truly know. I certainly don't. But he has indeed practiced a youth-preserving technique. You are quite fortunate to have obtained such a rare pill," the elder chuckled softly, speaking slowly and leisurely. Han Li was slightly taken aback, but remained silent as the elder continued. "All right, enough of that. Since your identity has been verified, I won't press further. However, these are not ordinary times, so the rules have changed. Listen carefully, I will only explain this once, the elder said, his tone suddenly turning cold and severe. Han Li's eyebrows raised slightly, but he remained silent. You have two choices. One, temporarily join our star palace and assist us in defending against the enemy. This way, you can move freely within the city without restrictions. We will reward you generously after each task, ensuring your efforts are not in vain. 2. If you do not wish to participate in the battle and prefer to stay in the city quietly, you may do so. However, except for designated times, the city is under lockdown and you are not allowed to leave your residence. Violators will be executed on sight by our enforcement teams. Now, what is your decision? The elder's tone turned icy, with a hint of menace. Han Li's eyes flickered with a strange light as he fell silent, contemplating his options. The elder showed no signs of impatience, his half-open eyes narrowing slightly, a faintly crafty look appearing on his face. Can I use the teleportation array to leave for the outer star sea once I'm in the city? Han Li asked after a moment of thought. Previously, as long as you paid the spirit stones, it was possible. But now, you must complete a task for our star palace first, the elder said, as if anticipating Han Li's question. What task? Han Li asked, already suspecting the answer. Simple. In the upcoming battle, you must complete a task for us or kill a fellow cultivator of the same rank from the Anti-Star Alliance, the elder said with a slight smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Hearing this condition, Han Li smiled bitterly. It was clear the Star Palace intended to force those who wished to leave to either serve them or shed the blood of the Anti-Star Alliance, ensuring they could not later join the enemy. I have already killed a fellow cultivator of the same rank along the way with Brother Ling. Does that count? Han Li asked after a deep breath. You killed one, with Ling Yuling, the elder asked, slightly surprised. Indeed, Han Li nodded without hesitation. Unfortunately, that doesn't count. It must be done during the battle, after applying and in front of witnesses. No matter how many you killed before, it doesn't count, the elder said, somewhat intrigued. When do you estimate the battle will start? Han Li asked thoughtfully. Very soon, possibly within a few days. The Anti-Star Alliance seems to be planning a swift and decisive attack on our star city since they failed to capture the inner island, the elder said, after a moment of surprise at Han Li's question, before resuming his usual tone. I'll sign up. After killing a fellow cultivator of the same rank, I want to teleport to the outer star sea, Han Li said decisively. Good, take this new ring. With this as proof, you are temporarily one of us. When the battle starts, use this ring to carry out tasks or sign up for combat, the elder said, after rummaging through his belongings and handing over a yellow glowing ring without any visible emotion. Han Li took the ring and slipped it onto his finger without hesitation. Seeing this, the elder smiled slightly. All right, you may enter the city. You will have a small amount of free time during the day, but the rest of the city is under martial law. When the battle begins, the ring will transmit information to summon you. "Just wait in your cave residence," the elder said, closing his eyes slowly, signaling the end of the conversation. Hanley gazed deeply at the elder for a moment before heading into the city. Inside the city gates, the streets of Sky Star City were nearly deserted. Occasionally, a couple of cultivators could be seen flying overhead. Most mortals were hiding in their homes, creating a desolate atmosphere. Hanley maintained a calm expression, but felt a sense of relief. Given the situation, it was highly likely that the city's markets were closed. If he hadn't prepared the necessary items on Nonning Island, he would have been in trouble now. Hanley chuckled quietly to himself, then transformed into a streak of azure light, flying towards his cave residence on Holy Mountain. As he passed by the market at the foot of Holy Mountain, he glanced down. Sure enough, all the shops were closed, and there was not a soul in sight. Shaking his head slightly, Hanley continued flying to the 39th level of the mountain. Upon entering the area of Holy Mountain, he immediately sensed heightened security. He could feel at least a dozen divine senses covertly scrutinizing him. Fortunately, once they detected the yellow ring on his hand, they withdrew without further inquiry. What made Hanley frown was the presence of a late Foundation establishment, Cultivator's divine sense among them. Pretending not to notice, Hanley flew straight to his cave residence. The restrictions outside the cave were exactly as he had left them, unchanged. However, standing outside the restrictions for a moment, Hanley sighed deeply. Although his time away hadn't been long, he had faced life-and-death situations multiple times, leading to the inevitable decision to abandon the cave he had lived in for nearly 100 years. This realization left Hanley with a touch of sadness. Using the restriction token, he deactivated the barriers and slowly walked inside. Everything within the residence remained as it was. Hanley first went to check on his insect room, feeling relieved to find the gold-devouring beetles safe and sound. He then packed all the beetles into a prepared spirit beast bag, visited his herb garden to harvest all the spiritual herbs, and stored them in his storage pouch. After completing these tasks, Hanley breathed a sigh of relief and went to his bedroom to contemplate his next moves. He needed to kill a fellow cultivator of the same rank from the Anti-Star Alliance to use the teleportation array to the outer star sea. This task wasn't difficult for him. However, Hanley was concerned that the Star Palace might learn about the possible presence of the Void Sky Cauldron with him before the battle even began. He couldn't predict when those old monsters might leave the Void Sky Hall. If they leaked the information, he would be as good as dead. Additionally, he feared that even if he met the requirements, the Star Palace High Command might pull some trick to prevent him from using the teleportation array. Even if they reneged on their promise, what could he, a lone cultivator, do against them? Thus, despite agreeing to the Star Palace's terms at the city gate, Hanley never planned to obediently wait for their call. He intended to investigate the security around the teleportation array to see if he could slip away. If security was lax, he would seize the chance to escape. Whether or not he would offend the Star Palace didn't matter anymore, as those nascent soul cultivators would eventually target him. Comforting himself with these thoughts, Han Li fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. After numerous trials and tribulations, he was physically and mentally worn out. The next day, Han Li awoke feeling refreshed. With daylight brightening the sky, he stepped out of his cave and flew into the air, surveying the surroundings. Although there were still far fewer cultivators than usual, their numbers were significantly higher than the previous day. It seemed this time, period allowed for some freedom of movement. Without much hesitation, Han Li flew around the vicinity to ensure no one was watching him, then headed to the 50th level. The security was loose on the outside, but tight on the inside. Before long, Han Li reached the starry sky hall where the teleportation array was located. He flew past the hall without stopping, pretending to be passing by. During this brief moment, Han Li's divine sense quietly infiltrated the hall. At first, his divine sense encountered no resistance, sweeping through most of the outer hall. However, as it approached the inner hall, it was suddenly blocked by a blue and yellow restriction. Fortunately, Han Li quickly withdrew his divine sense before triggering the restriction. His expression darkened. While he could forcefully breach the restriction, doing so would alert the hall's cultivators. He wasn't foolish enough to do that. Hovering in the air, Han Li frowned deeply. Due to the restriction, he couldn't gauge the number or cultivation level of the cultivators inside. However, he was sure there wouldn't be any nascent soul cultivators. The strongest presence would likely be mid or late foundation establishment cultivators. Given that other vital locations required more attention, the starry sky hall wouldn't be heavily guarded. After flying a sufficient distance away, Han Li circled back, slightly altering his route to approach the hall again. This time, as he passed the hall's side, he released his divine sense again, hopping to find a weakness in the restriction. Instead, he overheard a rough voice. "Zhang Taoist, how is it? What did the guy guarding the teleportation array say? 3,000 spirit stones per person isn't enough. That's the most we can offer." Startled, Han Li's heart skipped a beat before he quickly composed himself. He looked at the two cultivators flying low in the distance, slowing his pace. One was a black-faced, gray-robed, middle-aged man, and the other was a thin, yellow-faced man. Both were mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The black-faced man had just asked the question, appearing anxious. The thin man glanced around nervously before whispering, unaware that Han Li had already concealed his presence and was eavesdropping on their conversation. Han Li withdrew his divine sense from other areas and focused entirely on these two, preparing to eavesdrop on their transmitted conversation. Thanks to his superior divine sense, he could stealthily eavesdrop, something only other core formation cultivators could achieve with the aid of rare top-tier secret techniques. Although he's somewhat distantly related to me, letting people sneak out to the outer star sea is risky. He said unless it's 5,000 spirit stones per person, don't even think about it. This is only because we're mid-foundation establishment cultivators. If we were core formation, he wouldn't dare let any of us through, no matter how much we offered, the thin man transmitted, smiling wryly. 5,000? He's treating us like fat sheep. We're just mid-foundation establishment rogue cultivators. How can we gather so many spirit stones? The black-faced man scowled, but continued to speak through voice transmission. Staying in the inner sea is too dangerous. As rogue cultivators, we could be caught in this great calamity at any moment. If we lose our lives, what good will spirit stones do us? We've also calculated that the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance are evenly matched. This war might last years, even decades. I don't want to live in constant fear. As for the spirit stones, we should have some rare materials to use as collateral. The guy will honor that, the thin man sighed, trying to persuade his companion. No, are we supposed to go bankrupt just to teleport to the outer star sea? No way, the black-faced man shook his head vigorously, like a miser refusing to part with his treasure. Let's see what the others decide, the thin man said reluctantly, sharing the same frustration. The two men stopped talking with grim expressions and increased their speed, heading straight down the mountain. Han Li did not follow them closely, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, he attached a wisp of his spiritual sense to the thin man and coldly watched them from a distance. Only after they had flown some distance did he reveal himself and follow them leisurely from afar. Compared to Han Li, the speed of these two was indeed slow. After flying for more than an hour, they arrived at the 4th level of Sacred Mountain and walked into an extremely ordinary courtyard. Moments later, Han Li appeared above the courtyard. The surroundings were rather tranquil. Apart from a few similar courtyards in the distance, there was a small patch of lush bamboo forest, giving the place a serene and elegant atmosphere. Looking at the courtyard, Han Li's eyes glinted with a trace of light. This courtyard seemed unremarkable, but it had a small, flowing water formation set up outside, which wouldn't be much of an obstacle to a determined intruder, but could serve as a warning. However, this formation was useless against Han Li. Even an average foundation establishment cultivator with some knowledge of formations could easily bypass it. Han Li was confident he could sneak in without disturbing the outer restrictions. And indeed, that was what he did. With a quick incantation, his figure blurred and vanished into a streak of green light. Soon, Han Li, with his form hidden, silently appeared inside the courtyard. At this moment, he had suppressed all fluctuations of his magical power. Not to mention foundation establishment cultivators, even a core formation cultivator would find it nearly impossible to detect him. Han Li stood motionless in the courtyard, while his spiritual sense slowly expanded from his position, enveloping the entire courtyard. His eyes gleamed with interest as his spiritual sense locked onto a side room to his left. He could sense that the other rooms were empty, but this small side room contained 7 cultivators, including the thin man and the black-faced middle-aged man. Among the 7 were 2 women. One was a somewhat attractive middle-aged woman, and the other a plain-looking young woman. However, the highest cultivation among them was an eagle-nosed man in fine clothes, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. Apart from the slightly off-putting nose, this man had a dignified appearance. He had reached the later stage of foundation establishment, close to forming his core. The rest were mostly at the early to mid-foundation establishment level. This was expected, as this level of cultivation was the minimum requirement to venture into the outer star sea. However, it was unclear what they had been discussing before, as everyone wore grim expressions and remained silent. Han Li was patient and believed that their subsequent conversation would provide useful information for his next move. Sure enough, after a moment, the middle-aged woman broke the silence, unable to hold back any longer. Brother Yi, fellow Taoist Huang, has brought back word. The other party demands 5,000 spirit stones per person to let us travel to the outer star sea. Should we complete the Star Palace's task openly or secretly pay the spirit stones to sneak away? Please make a decision, Brother Yi. Once the battle starts, it might be too late to leave, even if they want to let us go. The woman's tone was agitated. Lady Liu, from your tone, it seems you're willing to pay this amount. But have you considered that you might be able to afford it, while my wife and I would have to spend all we have and still come up short? Do you plan to leave alone? A pale-faced cultivator beside the young woman spoke with a touch of hostility. The middle-aged woman, displeased by this, retorted with equal dissatisfaction. When did I ever say I would leave alone? I'm merely seeking Brother Yi's advice. He is the most experienced and our highest-ranking member. Surely he can analyze the pros and cons for us. Enough, both of you. Lady Liu won't leave alone. The outer star sea is no place for a lone foundation establishment cultivator. Only together can we survive and perhaps even thrive by hunting spirit beasts. So going to the outer star sea is necessary, but participating in the battle is out of the question. Even core formation cultivators can't guarantee their safety, let alone us. And I also fear that the Star Palace might go back on their word. The fine-clothed man finally spoke coldly. Really, the Star Palace has never reneged on a promise before. Are you being overly cautious, Brother Yi? The speaker was a sturdy young man who, despite his youth, seemed mature beyond his years. While unlikely, it's not impossible. This is not the era where the Star Palace stands unchallenged. If the situation becomes dire, they might do anything to save themselves, including breaking promises. Large factions are like that. The fine-clothed man sneered, appearing very familiar with such organizations. This statement brought another bout of silence as everyone pondered the situation. So the safest course is to spend the spirit stones. If we participate in the war, we could all perish. And even if someone survives, they'd be alone in the outer star sea with no means of protection. It would still be a dead end. The man spoke slowly. But such a large amount of spirit stones. What use are spirit stones if you're dead? Besides, we can hunt high-level spirit beasts in the outer star sea to recoup our losses. The priority is to leave first. The black-faced, middle-aged man looked pained, but was cut off by the fine-clothed man's stern glare. Intimidated, the black-faced man mumbled a few words and fell silent. As for those short on spirit stones, bring what you can. Let's see if the other party can compromise. If not, those with surplus stones can lend to those in need. We can repay the loans with interest after reaching the outer star sea. The fine-clothed man's authority was evidently high, as his simple words settled the matter. The others exchanged looks, and though not all were satisfied, accepted the decision reluctantly. Seeing their expressions, the man nodded with satisfaction and then turned to the thin man. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow. See if they can lower the price. If not, accept their terms. But we must leave the day after tomorrow at the latest, before the battle begins." The thin man agreed repeatedly. The group then began discussing specific details. Standing outside, Han Li listened attentively. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips before he vanished in a flash of green light. The next day, as the thin man set out for the Star Palace again, he was unaware of the figure trailing him from above. Han Li followed him to the Star Palace, watching as he sneakily entered through a side door. Han Li, rubbing his chin, waited coldly outside. After half an hour, the thin man emerged, looking slightly excited. Han Li followed him back to the courtyard. But then, something made Han Li raise an eyebrow. Before entering the courtyard, the thin man's excited expression vanished. After looking around, he adopted a sorrowful look before knocking and entering. Seeing this, Han Li frowned, deep in thought. Could there be something more to this matter? He mused, stroking his chin. On the morning of the third day, with the sky just beginning to brighten, the group of 7, including the tall man in luxurious clothes and the thin man, discreetly slipped out of their courtyard and headed towards the starry sky palace. At this moment, the curfew had just ended, making it the perfect time for cultivators to be out and about. However, due to the early hour, the city was relatively empty. Taking advantage of this, the 7 proceeded cautiously, each person nervously focused on their path. Only the tall man in luxurious clothes, while flying, continually surveyed the surroundings. The journey seemed smooth. They flew without incident up to the 49th level of the sacred mountain. They would soon reach the starry sky palace. Seeing this, they began to relax, their hearts easing considerably. But at this moment, the tall man who was leading suddenly halted his flight, his expression changing. With a serious demeanor, he raised his hand in a peculiar gesture. Seeing this, the others behind him also stopped abruptly, adopting a vigilant stance. "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Why are you blocking our way while hidden?" The tall man stared at the seemingly empty space ahead, speaking in a cold tone. Meanwhile, his hand stealthily moved to his waist, pressing against his storage pouch. He, fellow Taoists, there is no need to be tense. I have been waiting here specifically for you, but I bear no ill intentions. I just have a request. A slightly raspy voice leisurely came from the front. Suddenly, a flash of green light revealed a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This man, appearing about middle-aged with a sickly pale complexion, startled the tall man and his group upon seeing his cultivation level, which was the same as the tall man's late foundation establishment, close to forming a core. "May I know your name, fellow Taoist? How might we assist you?" The tall man's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but his voice remained calm. "My surname is I am just a wandering cultivator. Aren't you all headed to the Starry Sky Palace? Could you bring me along? I also wish to go to the outer star sea," the green-robed man casually stated, making the others' faces turn pale. The tall man's expression turned even more uncertain upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and denied. "So you are Taoist, but what do you mean by the Starry Sky Palace and the outer star sea? We are just handling some personal matters and passing by. We have nothing to do with the Starry Sky Palace. Perhaps you have mistaken us for someone else." The tall man was determined not to reveal their plans, although he was unsure how the other party knew about their mission. The rest of the group remained silent, leaving the tall man to handle the situation. "Taoist ye, there is no need for such caution. Since I am here now, do you think you can deceive me with such words?" The green-robed man chuckled softly, dismissing the tall man's words. "HMPH, it seems you know a lot, even recognizing me." The tall man felt a chill, coldly snorting as the veins in his hand bulged from pressing against his storage pouch. The others, having received some covert signal, suddenly spread out, half surrounding the green-robed man. "Are you considering silencing me? Let me assure you, with my cultivation level, even if you all attacked at once, you wouldn't kill me instantly. If I shout, the Star Palace guards will come. What will happen to you then?" The green-robed man, unfazed by their actions, calmly spoke. Hearing this, the black-faced cultivator and the others exchanged glances, then looked towards the tall man. The tall man's expression turned extremely sour. Although he had not yet formed his core, he prided himself on his cunning and had never been threatened like this by another foundation establishment cultivator. But he knew the other's threat was real and no joke. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only suppress his anger and coldly ask, "What do you want us to do? We told them we were 7 people, and the teleportation array can only send 7 at a time. They won't agree to an extra person." The green-robed man smiled slightly at this. "Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Once I enter the hall, I'll handle persuading them. If they don't agree, I won't force it or ruin your plans." "Is that all?" The tall man frowned, showing a hint of doubt. "That's all," the green-robed man confirmed. Fine, if it's just an introduction, that can be arranged. We agree. The tall man hesitated, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Since you're also going to the Starry Sky Palace, let's hurry. We've already wasted enough time, and they might get impatient. The thin man looked at the sky and urged anxiously. The green-robed man glanced at the thin man without saying anything. The tall man, without further ado, waved his hand, leading the group forward again. They continued flying, now deliberately surrounding the green-robed cultivator. It was clear they remained wary. The green-robed man's expression didn't change, unhurriedly following along. The remaining distance was short, and soon they arrived at the Starry Sky Palace. The thin man sped up, landing first. The tall man and the others showed no surprise, as the thin man had been their contact with the Starry Sky Palace and naturally should be at the forefront to avoid misunderstandings. Inside the Starry Sky Palace, they tried to maintain composure but couldn't hide their anxiety. After all, their lives were now in the hands of the palace. Everything seemed normal. The usual restrictions were absent, likely deactivated by the palace's officials. The green-robed man's face showed a fleeting look of curiosity, but the others felt relieved, finally entering the hall with the teleportation array. There, two white-robed Star Palace cultivators awaited them. Elder Gu, Elder Kyan, we have arrived. Are you ready on your end? The thin man smiled obsequiously, stepping forward respectfully. The two cultivators, with indifferent expressions, acknowledged him. The bald elder nodded haughtily. Nothing to prepare. Hand over the spirit stones, and each will get a teleportation talisman. But the stones had better not be short. The elder spoke slowly. Rest assured, we brought the exact amount agreed upon. The tall man stepped forward, equally respectful. You must be Taoist, ye. Impressive cultivation. The bald elder's tone softened slightly, eyeing the tall man appreciatively. However, when his gaze shifted to Han Li, his expression darkened. Wasn't it supposed to be 7 people? Who's this extra? He seems to be at the pseudo-core stage, too. Who is he? The elder's voice was cold and questioning. He is. The tall man began to explain, forced to smile. I am a wandering cultivator, seeking passage to the outer star sea. I heard Taoist you had a way, so I came along, hoping the elders wouldn't mind. I'm willing to pay double the fee. Han Li interrupted with a smile. Double the fee. The elder was taken aback, glancing at the refined, middle-aged cultivator beside him. Even if you pay double, it's impossible. The array can only teleport 7 at a time, and will only activate it once. We can't make an exception for you. It would be hard to conceal. The middle-aged cultivator frowned slightly, speaking slowly. I understand. I have a solution. Could this Taoist relinquish his spot for me? Han Li smiled, turning to a man beside him. What did you say? The man was stunned, then looked at Han Li in astonishment. The person in the blue robe was addressing the thin man. This left the thin man with a look of astonishment, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly replaced it with an expression of anger. The others looked at each other, unsure of the intent behind the blue-robed man's words. "Don't worry, friend. I am not asking for the spot for free. I have 2 fifth-level demon beast inner cores here as compensation for relinquishing your spot. I hope you won't find them unacceptable," the blue-robed man said calmly. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out 2 glowing blue orbs. The orbs, emitting a strong spiritual aura, were indeed genuine 5th-level demon beast cores. HMPH, do you think that just 2 demon cores would make me give up my spot? The thin man, despite a flash of greed in his eyes, coldly refused after recalling something. The blue-robed man didn't get angry, but instead smiled mysteriously. Then he silently moved his lips, communicating telepathically with the thin man, saying something inaudible to the others. Initially, the thin man looked indifferent, but after hearing a few words, his face turned pale. "That's all I have to say. I believe you won't refuse my offer now, will you?" the blue-robed man said leisurely, his voice now audible to everyone. The thin man, now nervous, broke out in a cold sweat. "Fine. Since you insist, I'll give up my spot." The thin man finally gritted his teeth and agreed after glaring at the blue-robed man for a moment. His words caused a change in the expressions of the other 6. "Brother Zhang, what are you saying? Didn't we agree to stick together? Why are you now?" The man in the brocade robe glared coldly at the thin man. "I'm truly sorry. It seems I must part ways with you all for now. Go ahead without me. We'll have another chance to work together in the future," the thin man said with a bitter smile, clearly helpless. The man in the brocade robe fell silent. It was clear to everyone that the thin man had been cornered into giving up his spot. Under such circumstances, they couldn't say much. At least the overall plan wouldn't be affected by the loss of one person. HMPH, who said you could just swap places as you please? The bald elder frowned, glaring coldly. "Senior Gu, the thin man stammered, trying to explain, but he was at a loss for words. At this moment, the blue-robed man flipped his hand, and 2 jade boxes appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the boxes shot towards the bald elder and the scholarly-looking cultivator. The 2 men instinctively caught the boxes, then looked towards the blue-robed man without a word. "Inside are 2 treasures I accidentally acquired. Please accept them as gifts," the blue-robed man said calmly. The 2 exchanged a glance, curiosity in their eyes. They briefly inspected the boxes, confirming there were no tricks. Carefully, they opened the boxes just a crack, revealing a few strands of red light. Their eyes lit up with delight at what they saw inside. "Are these treasures really for us?" The scholarly-looking cultivator was moved. "Senior, you know these items, though valuable, are currently of no use to me. I'd much rather travel to the outer star sea to continue my cultivation," the blue-robed man replied with a slight smile. "Very well, since you're so generous, we'll make an exception. You may join the others in the teleportation," the bald elder agreed, his face lit with joy. The scholarly cultivator seemed slightly displeased, but was equally tempted by the treasures, so he didn't object. This scene made the others curious, almost prompting them to peek inside the boxes. But the two elders quickly closed the boxes, and none dared to use their spiritual sense to probe. Only the man in the brocade robe glanced at the boxes, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Though he hadn't seen the contents, the mention of treasures made him wonder if they were magical artifacts. The thought startled him. Before he could ponder further, the two elders each took out a white jade token and began chanting incantations towards the teleportation array behind them. Seeing this, the others remained calm, while the blue-robed man let out a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. The teleportation arrays have indeed been tampered with. If I had tried to force my way through, it might not have worked. It seems those two unused magical artifacts were given at just the right time. With such thoughts, the blue-robed man, who was actually Han Li in disguise, felt more at ease. The jade boxes contained two glowing red flying knives, once belonging to Hu Yue, who had been betrayed by Xu Wenbone. Even though these basic magical artifacts were not particularly special, they were still highly coveted by many ordinary cultivators. Without further delay, the two elders deactivated the protective barriers around the teleportation array with their incantations. Normally, there's another person in charge here, but he happens to be away for a few days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken your spirit stones. Now hand them over, the bald elder said impatiently. The group quickly handed over prepared storage pouches. Hanley also presented two more demon cores, surprising the bald elder. After inspecting the items, the elder nodded in satisfaction. The scholarly cultivator then handed out a few teleportation talismans. Carry these talismans with you. Now you may proceed, he said coldly, pointing to the teleportation array. The others hesitated, but Han Li walked forward without a word. He wasn't being reckless. His spiritual sense had already confirmed that the array was functioning normally. The stone tablet in front of the array was inscribed with the words Qiyuan. Han Li didn't recognize the name, indicating it was probably an unremarkable place. The man in the brocade robe hesitated for a moment, but soon followed Han Li. Seeing that all 7 of them obediently stepped into the magic formation, a faint smile appeared on the face of the cultivator with the surname Kyan. He pinched a magic formula, and points of white light emerged on his fingers. We secretly allowed you to go to the outer star sea. You won't go around spreading this, will you? He suddenly asked indifferently, staring at the white light on his fingers. Of course not. We are grateful for your accommodation and would never do such a dishonorable thing. Besides, even if we did talk, what could we do to you? The man in the brocade robe responded cleverly, looking as if he were swearing an oath. Good, it's good that you understand. Even if the higher-ups found out, the worst we'd get is a reprimand. However, if there are any rumors, we are not the kind to be lenient. I've also heard that you carried sensing beads to prevent us from turning against you. but that was unnecessary. We wouldn't tarnish our reputation for some spirit stones, he said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the others but strangely skipping over Han Li. You are indeed understanding, Senior. We judged you with a small mind. The man in the brocade robe forced a smile, feeling a cold sweat forming on his back. HMPH, enough talk. Behave yourselves. The cultivator with the surname Kyan flicked his finger, sending the white magic formula into the teleportation array. Suddenly, the spirit stones around the array glowed brightly, and the 7 of them disappeared in a flash of light. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to give them fake teleportation talismans? Why did you use the real ones? The bald elder asked, shocked as he saw Han Li and the others really teleport away. If I had handed out fake talismans, that man who gave us the treasures would have killed us in anger. He's an old monster at the nascent soul stage. Kyan responded with a cold snort, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief. Nascent soul stage. Are you joking, Brother Kyan? That man was clearly just at the late foundation establishment stage, the bald elder exclaimed, stunned. The thin man who had stayed behind was equally puzzled. You know about my spirit beast, Yan now, don't you? It's particularly sensitive to others' spiritual senses, Kyan explained, revealing a small cat-like spirit beast on his wrist. The beast had long rabbit-like ears and bright green eyes, looking quite adorable. The man's aura and spiritual sense were initially well concealed. Even Yan now didn't detect anything unusual. But after I deactivated the teleportation array's restrictions, he secretly checked it with his spiritual sense, and Yan now sensed something. It can detect the spiritual sense of a mid-core formation stage cultivator and give a general response for late-stage ones. But this time, it trembled in my sleeve without any specific reaction, indicating the man's spiritual sense was unfathomable. I've only seen this when it met several elders, Kyan said, gently stroking Yan now, looking a bit scared. So he really is a nascent soul stage cultivator. The bald elder started sweating. Even if not, he's at least in the late core formation stage. Killing us wouldn't be hard, Kyan said confidently. Brother Kyan, it's good you were smart. If we had given out fake talismans, we'd have been seeking our own deaths. No wonder he easily gave us treasures without any regret. He must be one of those old monsters. But won't sending him to the outer star sea cause trouble? The elder asked, worried. What trouble? He's likely a rogue nascent soul cultivator avoiding our war with the Anti-Star Alliance. Just don't let the higher-ups know we teleported a nascent soul stage cultivator. Otherwise, we'd be severely punished, Kyan warned, his elegant face turning dark. He then looked menacingly at the thin man who had been listening, realizing what might happen next. The thin man shivered under Kyan's gaze and backed away, terrified. I won't say a word, I swear. Before he could finish, a yellow light silently cut him into pieces. We can't let anyone else know about this. It's unfortunate for you, the bald elder said coldly, summoning the yellow light back. A fireball soon incinerated the body, and Kyan nodded in satisfaction. On the other end of the teleportation, Han Li and the others appeared in a shabby stone house surrounded by white light. In a corner, a thin Star Palace cultivator was speaking with a scar-faced man in a gray robe. Seeing Han Li and the others appear, the Star Palace cultivator glanced at them before resuming his conversation. I told you the teleportation array is now one way. My talismans were taken, and even I can't return, the Star Palace cultivator said impatiently. You're lying. Someone returned a few days ago. Why can't I now? The scar-faced man retorted angrily. HMPH, believe what you want. I have no obligation to explain further, the Star Palace cultivator said, sitting cross-legged and ignoring the man. You, the gray-robed man turned red with anger, but was helpless. His eyes then fell on Han Li and the others, and he smiled, approaching the brocade-robed man. Have you just come from Star City? He asked politely. Yes, we just arrived. What do you need? The brocade-robed man responded, guessing the man's intent. I am Su Yun. Is it true that the Anti-Star Alliance has formed and war is imminent? He asked hopefully. Yes, the war is about to start. We came here to avoid it. You probably can't return for now, the brocade-robed man replied honestly. What? I just gathered materials to refine a pill for my son. Now it's all delayed. The gray-robed man exclaimed, dejected. Han Li and the others fell silent, seeing the man's frustration. While they had tried everything to come here, this man was desperate to go back. I am Yijaying, and these are my friends. Could you tell us about Kiyuan Island? We'll compensate you, the brocade-robed man offered. No need for compensation. You answered my question, so I'll return the favor. Ask anything, Su Yun said, forcing a smile. Delighted, the group listened eagerly. Han Li stood at the back, arms crossed, also interested in hearing the details. It's not convenient to talk here. Fellow Taoist Su, how about we go outside to chat? The man in the brocade robe suggested, glancing around the stone house and at the Star Palace cultivator in the corner. Outside, sure, the scar-faced man agreed nonchalantly. The man in the brocade robe was delighted, but then he seemed to think of something and turned to Han Li with a forced smile. Brother, why not join us? Perhaps we can collaborate. Han Li blinked at these words and smiled. All right, I was just about to listen in. Then he casually walked out of the stone house, taking the lead. What? This Taoist is not with you. The scar-faced cultivator was a bit surprised. He just came over with us. We didn't know him before. The middle-aged man with the dark face, who seemed to hold some grudge against Han Li, suddenly spoke. This made the brocade-robed man frown slightly, but he said nothing. Su Yun just nodded and led the group outside. By this time, Han Li was already outside, looking around in astonishment. This place was utterly different from the Emerald Isle he had visited before. They were in a small city. Although not large and quite simple, it was indeed a city built of black stone, covering an area of over 20 miles. The dilapidated stone house with the teleportation array was situated in the center of this black stone city, built atop an altar-like high platform with steep stone steps on all four sides. Because of the elevated position, the surroundings were visible at a glance from the platform. The city was surrounded by a symbolic stone wall about 3 to 4 zhang high, with a thick white light shield flashing a zhang outside the wall, protecting the entire city. Within the stone walls, there were various large and small stone houses. Strangely, there were no pavilions or the like. All the buildings were single-story houses. At first glance, although the city was full of houses, there were actually not many standalone buildings. Some stone houses were connected into a cluster, while others occupied an astonishingly large area, often dozens of zhang wide. More surprisingly, there were both mortals and cultivators mingling in the streets of this stone city, bustling in and out of various stone houses. If it were just that, it wouldn't be much. What astonished Han Li was that most of these mortals were young, beautiful women, dressed as gorgeously as butterflies, along with some strong men and some clean and handsome young boys and girls. While Han Li was still in a daze, the brocade-robed man and the others also walked out with the scar-faced man leading the way. They were equally shocked to see this small city. Naturally, since they had planned to come to the outer Star Sea, they had researched the information about the Beast Islands beforehand. But none of the information matched what they saw now. Liu Daoyu, take out the jade slip with the information on Qiyuan Island and check it again. Did we miss something? The brocade-robed man said with a hint of suspicion. All right, let me check again. The woman surnamed Liu quickly responded, rummaging through her storage pouch. You don't need to check any information. Most of the information about Qiyuan Island you've seen before was fabricated. Naturally, you would feel surprised. Su Yun waved his hand to stop the woman from searching for the jade slip. Fabricated? What do you mean by that? The brocade-robed man's expression changed. It's simple. This Qiyuan Island is different from other beast islands. Every cultivator who returns from this island is strictly ordered to reveal only standardized information. Otherwise, they will face great disaster. Daoyu Yi, I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unfortunate to have come to this island, Su Yun said with a somewhat sarcastic smile. Standardized information. Who could enforce such a thing? Could it be the Star Palace? The woman surnamed Liu showed a look of unease. Although it's not the Star Palace, this place is indeed controlled by a powerful force, one that even the Star Palace does not want to offend easily. Su Yun sighed. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyebrows twitched, and the brocade-robed man and his companions were even more taken aback, exchanging worried glances. He. Actually, this place is not as bad as you might think. In some ways, it might even be a paradise for some cultivators. This black stone city is the first and only city on Qiyuan Island. As long as you have the strength or plenty of spirit stones and monster cores, this place is a paradise for cultivators. You can enjoy and purchase things here that you can't find on other beast islands. Whether it's top-level dual cultivation cauldrons, powerful magical treasures, valuable spirit beasts, or rare materials, you can find them all here. Su Yun suddenly changed his tone to one filled with temptation, attracting the attention of some nearby mortals and cultivators who glanced at them before continuing their business. However, the words made the brocade-robed man and his companions even more apprehensive. Han Li, on the other hand, continued to look around indifferently, as if he hadn't heard the words. This scene was noticed by Su Yun, who gave Han Li an additional curious glance. "Brother Su, could you give us a detailed introduction to this place?" The brocade-robed man asked seriously after taking a deep breath. "Of course. Since I can't leave for a while, I'll take you around and explain things. This will be more effective than just talking. Just don't forget Su later on." Su Yun, seeming to have completely recovered from his dejection, said heartily, "Then we'll trouble Brother Su. This place indeed seems quite different from an ordinary city," the brocade-robed man said, glancing at a male cultivator walking on the street, surprised. This male cultivator was walking with his arms around a mortal woman, swaggering down the street. Other mortals and cultivators passing by acted as if they didn't see it. Su Yun smiled slightly but said nothing, leading them toward a large stone house nearby. Han Li had already noticed this black stone house. It was one of the largest buildings in the city. From a distance, there were two coquettish mortal women standing at the entrance, and many cultivators were frequently entering and exiting the place. The two women greeted each visitor with a smile. "Remember, although this is not Tianxing City, fighting is strictly prohibited here except in a special dueling arena. The punishment for offenders is death, with no exceptions." On the way, Su Yun warned seriously. "No way. That punishment seems more severe than in Tianxing City." The middle-aged man with the dark face was startled and said in surprise, "It is indeed much more severe, but at the same time, cultivators in this city can feel completely safe. To my knowledge, no one who has fought here has ever left alive. After all, a nascent soul stage senior is always stationed here," Su Yun explained slowly. A nascent soul stage cultivator. The brocade-robed man's face changed drastically, and the others were equally astonished. Han Li felt a chill in his heart and became more vigilant. "All right, let's talk inside." As they entered, greeted by the smiling women, the brocade-robed man and his companions followed the scar-faced cultivator into the stone house with some apprehension. Han Li's eyes flashed with curiosity as he followed them inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a huge fan-shaped screen. The screen was pink, painted with a picture of a flying lady. Although the lady's face was hidden, her figure moved continuously, emitting a faint red light, indicating that the screen was a high-grade magical item. There were two small semicircular doors on either side of the screen. In front of the screen stood a woman in her 30s, wearing a light green palace dress, talking and laughing with a male cultivator. Despite her ordinary looks, The woman's gestures were full of mature charm, and her every word and smile exuded an irresistible allure. The male cultivator, also at the foundation establishment stage, was mesmerized, gulping down his saliva. Upon seeing Su Yun and the others, the woman's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands, and a young mortal woman immediately came out from behind the screen, leading the reluctant male cultivator away. "Isn't this Taoist, Su? I've heard you're heading back to Tianxing City. Is the teleportation still unavailable?" The woman's voice was soft and delicate, making those who heard it feel extremely comfortable. Han Li involuntarily frowned slightly, smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that most of the female cultivators he encountered had practiced some form of charm arts. Although this woman's charm was far inferior to Xiling, Yuaniao, and others, it was still enough to easily captivate some lower-level male cultivators. With this thought, Han Li glanced around briefly. The man in the brocade robe and Su Yun remained unfazed, but the other men appeared a bit uneasy, their eyes unintentionally darting towards the woman. "These are some new Taoist friends. I'm showing them around. As for returning to Tianxing City, it seems we'll be stuck here for a while. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. There's really going to be a fight over there," Su Yun said with some resentment. "Staying here isn't bad either. If you were to leave, I'd lose a regular customer." The woman lightly covered her mouth with a smile, her charming eyes sparkling. The mature allure she exuded made the black-faced cultivator and others stare without blinking. Even the two female cultivators blushed deeply. "Madam Ming, these people are my guests. Please give me a badge." Su Yun called out the woman's name, clearly displeased with her display of charm. He understood. "These two Taoists' cultivation and composure are no less than yours, Brother Su. It seems they can handle staying on Qiyuan Island." Madam Ming smiled gently, glancing at Han Li and the man in the brocade robe before retracting her charm, transforming back into an ordinary-looking woman. The change was so swift that it left the others momentarily stunned, and then they recovered with embarrassed expressions. Madam Ming clapped her hands twice, and another young mortal woman emerged from behind the screen. "Take Master Su to the auction room. It should have just started." Madam Ming instructed the young woman coldly, then tossed a jade-green badge to Su Yun. Su Yun caught the badge without looking at it, following the mortal woman towards a side door. Naturally, Han Li and the others followed closely behind. As they crossed the threshold, Han Li felt a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating they had entered some kind of restriction. His expression changed momentarily, but soon returned to normal. Their surroundings brightened as they discovered a hidden area behind the screen. A long corridor, about 2 meters wide, divided the stone house into 2 sizable halls. The left hall was spacious and bright, with several tall black stone pillars and no obstructions. It was bustling with activity. About 20 to 30 cultivators were lined up in a long queue, each accompanied by a young mortal woman. Although some male cultivators cast lecherous glances at the scantily clad mortal women, they only exchanged a few flirtatious words without making any inappropriate moves, seemingly out of caution. At the end of the queue was a small room with a glowing white door. Cultivators in line would press their jade tokens against the door, entering one at a time. The right hall, however, was completely obscured by a pale blue light curtain, making it impossible to see inside. This place is called the Mingzhu Pavilion, where cultivators can sell their overseas finds and exchange them for spirit stones, or have valuable items appraised for auction. There are several similar establishments in the city, each backed by different forces. Every one of these forces is supported by a nascent soul stage cultivator. Without such backing, they wouldn't survive in the lawless outer sea. Su Yun explained. So many nascent soul stage cultivators. Is it the 4 great trading alliances? The woman named Liu gasped. The 4 great trading alliances have no presence here. While they might monopolize other beast islands, Kiyuan Island is uniquely controlled by multiple allied forces. Though individually these forces can't compete with the 4 great trading alliances, together they can rival even the Star Palace. However, their alliance is limited to this island. Su Yun said calmly. Does Kiyuan Island have something special that makes these forces challenge the 4 great trading alliances? The man in the brocade robe, perceptive as ever, asked. You're right. This island is named Kiyuan because of a nearby deep-sea abyss, rich with rare high-level sea beasts. Even 8th-level beasts have been sighted. To protect these valuable beasts, the powerful backers of these forces won't let the 4 great trading alliances monopolize it. When the abyss was first discovered, there were several major battles with the trading alliances until the Star Palace mediated. Eventually, some agreement was reached, and the island has since been jointly managed by these forces. The island's true nature is strictly kept secret, and anyone who leaks information to the inner star sea faces deadly retribution. Su Yun explained. Han Li was deeply shocked, and the others turned pale with fear. 8th-level beasts are on par with nascent soul cultivators. Are such beasts really here? The brocade-robed man couldn't stay calm anymore. I've never seen one myself, but 7th-level beasts have indeed been killed here. A 7th-level beast core was once auctioned off in this very Mingzhu pavilion for an astronomical price to a nascent soul cultivator. Su Yun said with envy. It sounds like the beasts in the abyss are easier to find. Is that true? Han Li asked, frowning slightly. Yes, but because of the high-level beasts, many cultivators have also met their end there. Su Yun replied, surprised by Han Li's question. While the man in the brocade robe and the others were still skeptical, Han Li had already formed a rough understanding of the abyss. It was clearly a place of both great danger and opportunity. No wonder it was so unique. As Han Li remained silent, the mortal woman leading them asked respectfully, Do you wish to go to the appraisal hall or the auction hall first? The appraisal hall is just for identifying items and exchanging them for spirit stones or auctioning them. We should head straight to the auction hall. That's where you'll see truly remarkable things. Su Yun, familiar with the place, led the way to the right hall. Nearing the light curtain, he lightly swiped his jade token, opening a circular door, and beckoned Han Li and the others inside. The man in the brocade robe and the others followed without hesitation. "Aren't you coming in?" Han Li asked the mortal woman, curious. "We mortals are not allowed in the auction hall. I'll wait for you outside," she explained with a smile. Han Li nodded and stepped into the blue light curtain, which closed behind him. Inside was a simple hall with only a few wooden chairs and a long stone platform at the far end. An old man stood behind the platform, holding a blue glowing stone, speaking animatedly. Opposite him, several dozen cultivators of various levels, from chi refining to foundation establishment, were seated or standing. No high-level cultivators were present. This blue glowing stone is excellent for crafting water attribute magical tools. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 30 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. The old man announced loudly. 530. 580. 600 spirit stones. As soon as the old man finished, many cultivators started bidding. Though the bidding wasn't fierce, the stone was sold for nearly 700 spirit stones to a young foundation establishment cultivator, who paid immediately and took the item. Next, a soil attribute magical tool. The old man continued without pause. Han Li, uninterested in magical tools, glanced around the hall, spotting Su Yun and the others conversing quietly in a corner. He walked over, his expression unchanged. "This seems no different from an ordinary auction. Taoist Su brought us here specifically. Can we really see something special?" Madame Liu, one of the group of people, including the man in brocade, asked Su Yun with some doubt. "Don't worry. Although auctions are frequent here, occurring every few days or half a month, there are a few special items that appear every time. Although they are not the most expensive items in the auction, they are indeed rarely seen in the inner Star Sea." Su Yun revealed a mysterious look, then smiled kindly at Han Li, who had just arrived. Han Li nodded casually, and suddenly asked a question that surprised the other party a bit. "Taoist Su, how many cultivators are there in this black stone city? It doesn't seem to be very many." "Taoist, you have sharp eyes. Apart from a few inns where people can stay temporarily, there are generally no resident cultivators in Blackstone City. High-level cultivators have their own caves on other islands. Low-level cultivators gather in small villages and towns, living with mortals. The cultivators in Blackstone City are here for trading, and the lower their level, the more frequently they come and go," Su Yun admitted frankly. "Wasn't it said that only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above can survive in the outer sea? How can there be so many mortals and chi refining stage cultivators?" The man in brocade pondered for a moment and asked a question that also puzzled Han Li. "Taoist, ye has hit the crux of the matter. This is another major difference between the Abyss Island and other Monster Beast Islands. Other Monster Beast Islands are places where high-level cultivators go specifically to hunt monster beasts. Generally, they return to the inner star sea after accumulating enough spoils. However, on Abyss Island, a few years after the abyss was discovered, several spirit stone mines and other resources essential for cultivation were found on nearby islands, making it almost self-sufficient. As a result, some cultivators brought their families over, and naturally, mortals and low-level cultivators appeared. I've also heard that the forces managing Blackstone City are gradually transferring their main personnel from the inner star sea to here. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, this place may become a second inner star sea. However, apart from Blackstone City, the villages and towns of mortals and cultivators on other islands are not absolutely safe. Small villages are often destroyed by high-level monster beasts that suddenly appear. This place is just following the old path our ancestors took when they first arrived in the inner star sea. Su Yun spoke calmly. These words left the others stunned. Doesn't the Star Palace and other forces care about everything here? The man in brocade exhaled softly and asked in a low voice. It will take a long time for this place to prosper to the level of the inner star sea. Besides, the vastness of the inner star sea is enough to keep them busy. They don't have time to manage here. They are happy to see these forces focus their main efforts on Abyss Island. Otherwise, the inner star sea would be even more chaotic. Su Yun snorted coldly, clearly still upset about the sudden closure of the teleportation array by the Star Palace. The people in brocade and the others felt that this made sense, exchanged glances, and did not bring up the topic again. As small cultivators, it was better not to inquire about matters involving powerful forces, lest they invite trouble. After a few more items, a middle-aged man in blue brought a red brocade box to the auctioneer's side. The box contained a fist-sized sphere that was white with purple streaks. Seeing this, Su Yun perked up. Fellow Taoists, pay attention. The next item is one of the main attractions of the Abyss Island auction, monster beast eggs. Some of them are truly rare. These things fetch astronomical prices in the inner star sea, but are much cheaper on Abyss Island. Most of the eggs cannot be teleported. They become dead eggs if taken through the teleportation array. So, when rare monster beast eggs appear, some high-level cultivators who know the truth about Abyss Island will come here to bid for spirit beasts. After hatching the spirit beasts, they will spend time raising them to a teleportable stage before returning to the inner star sea. Monster beast eggs. The man in brocade's eyes lit up. Raising a high-level monster beast had been a long-time dream of his. The others also looked delighted. According to this, they might also have a chance to own their own spirit beasts. Finding a good spirit beast in the inner star sea was extremely difficult. The egg of a purple cloud eagle, a fourth-level earth attribute monster beast when mature. Its steel feathers are as hard as iron. Though it only has a simple shield spell, its flying speed is extremely fast, comparable to high-level flying artifacts. Its claws can easily tear through the shields of Foundation establishment cultivators. It's a rare species of monster beast, ideal for Foundation establishment cultivators. Starting price is 2,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increase of 100. Bidding starts now. The auctioneer confidently introduced the item briefly and immediately began the bidding. Many cultivators were indeed interested in this item. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bids started pouring in. Although a fourth-level monster beast was insignificant to a core formation cultivator, it was just right for Foundation establishment cultivators. High-level spirit beasts were not only expensive, but also had much longer maturation cycles compared to low-level spirit beasts. Even with some secret techniques to accelerate growth, they couldn't afford to wait. 2,500 spirit stones. 2,700. 3,000. The purple cloud eagle's egg quickly surpassed 3,000 spirit stones and was finally bought by an extremely excited female cultivator for 3,300 spirit stones. It's indeed much cheaper than in the inner star sea. In the Sky Star City, such a flying spirit beast egg would cost at least 5,000 spirit stones. The black-faced, middle-aged man muttered, staring at the egg in the female cultivator's hands. Except for Han Li, the others, including the man in brocade, had their eyes shining with excitement. Su Yun saw this but was not surprised, only smiling slightly. After auctioning a few more monster beast eggs, the auctioneer brought up the next item, which made Madame Liu's face change drastically, and the others looked equally stunned. Beside the auctioneer now stood two young, beautiful women. Though they were only at the second or third level of qi refining, they were indeed genuine cultivators. However, judging by their submissive demeanor, it was clear that the auction items this time were these two female cultivators. Su Yun did not seem surprised by this, and signaled the group to listen to what the auctioneer had to say. Next, we offer 4 low-level qi refining female furnaces. They have only practiced basic 5-element techniques and are all virgins. However, according to their requirements, the cultivators who bid on them must be at least at the middle Foundation establishment stage. Starting price is 2,000 spirit stones each. The auction begins now. Since the moment the auctioneer brought these two female cultivators up, many male cultivators below began looking at them with fiery eyes. But despite the auctioneer's announcement, there was no immediate bid, and some male cultivators sitting not far in front of Han Li were whispering to each other. What's the use of buying a furnace at the second or third qi refining level for 2,000 spirit stones? If you want a maid or concubine, it's better to buy a mortal girl elsewhere. When she gets old, just spend some money to get rid of her. But if it's a Foundation establishment furnace, I'd be willing to spend a lot of spirit stones. You're dreaming. Do you think you're a core formation cultivator? Don't forget the rules here. Foundation establishment furnaces are not for us to touch. Even if allowed at those prices, it's more worthwhile to buy a good spirit beast egg. Listening to these conversations, Han Li, though still somewhat shocked, had the expression of surprise gradually fade from his face. He had heard before that some forces secretly cultivated young female cultivators to be used as furnaces, and that some high-level cultivators even exchanged these women as gifts. However, in the inner star sea, there were no public auctions of female cultivators as furnaces. The audacity of such actions here had indeed startled him. The expressions of the others, including the man in brocade, also calmed down. After all, the existence of furnaces was a well-known fact in the cultivation world. However, Madame Liu and another young woman, being females themselves, seemed a bit uneasy. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Given that two of their female companions were present, they were cautious not to voice any opinions for or against the matter. Han Li, on the other hand, touched his chin, revealing no visible reaction. He had no need for any furnaces to enhance his cultivation, nor would he burden himself with unnecessary companions. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for the female cultivators, he had his own survival to consider and chose to ignore the situation. The two female cultivators on stage were eventually led away, visibly disappointed, as no one placed a bid on them. Seeing this, Su Yun chuckled softly and explained, those two female cultivators were too low in level. Although they volunteered to become furnaces, they offer no substantial help to higher-level cultivators, which is why they failed to sell. However, it's not out of the question that a foundation establishment cultivator might take a liking to their appearance and buy them at a high price. The man in brocade laughed awkwardly, not adding anything further. Su Yun continued talking nonchalantly, as if he was unbothered by the matter. The auction then proceeded with some rare items that were seldom seen in the inner star sea, but Han Li appeared uninterested and reluctant to waste more time watching. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, Su Yun, noticing Han Li's impatience, proactively suggested, "This auction doesn't have many premium items. The truly valuable treasures appear during the annual grand auction. Fellow Taoists should come back for that. For now, let me take you to see some other parts of Black Stone City." The man in brocade and the others naturally did not object. Even if they had seen items they liked at the auction, their spirit stones had already been extorted during the teleportation process. With their nods of agreement, Su Yun led them out of the auction hall. Accompanied by a mortal woman, they exited Mingzhu Pavilion through another passage. Those rows of stone houses are temporary lodgings for foreign mortals. Any mortals wishing to survive in Black Stone City must register here first for better management. If they cannot find employment within a certain period, they must leave the city immediately. The mortal women we saw in Mingzhu Pavilion earlier came from this place. The large building over there is the largest raw material shop in the city, the Kun Jin Pavilion. It specializes in selling various rare materials. It's said that as long as you can name it, this shop can provide it. Although that might be an exaggeration, its reputation is indeed well-deserved. The 3 connected stone houses next to it are. Su Yun explained casually as he led the group down a certain street. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a sudden urge and stopped in his tracks. Taoist, what are you doing? The scar-faced cultivator asked, a bit puzzled. The man in brocade, and the others also looked at Han Li with confusion. Taoist has some matters to attend to on his own, so I will part ways with you here. Of course, if fate permits, we will meet again, Han Li said calmly, glancing at the sky before looking down again. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable finality. Su Yun and the man in brocade were both taken aback. They did not want to let a skilled cultivator like Han Li leave, and were about to say something to persuade him, but upon seeing the cold gleam in Han Li's eyes, they were inexplicably chilled and swallowed their words. They could only mumble a response and watch Han Li walk into the Kun Jin pavilion and disappear from sight. At this moment, Su Yun and the man in brocade exchanged a glance, both breaking out in a cold sweat. The others, however, looked at them with confusion, not knowing what had transpired. The man in brocade chuckled awkwardly, seemingly wanting to say something. Taoist must have his own plans. Let's continue exploring another street, Su Yun interrupted hastily, then quickly led the group down another street. The man in brocade soon received a sound transmission from the scar-faced cultivator. Taoist Yi, this person is enigmatic and unpredictable. We should avoid getting involved. Otherwise, we might invite disaster. This Taoist's cultivation level is far beyond ours. Let's not discuss him behind his back. Hearing this, the man in brocade's expression changed several times. He glanced at the Kun Jin pavilion and then nodded slightly, leading the others to follow Su Yun. By this time, Han Li had already been guided by a young, clean-looking boy into an elegantly furnished room. Although the Kun Jin pavilion appeared as a large stone building from the outside, it was divided into many individual rooms inside, each staffed by personnel selling various types of materials. Without hesitation, Han Li asked to see the manager upon entering. Normally, other cultivators would not achieve their objectives so easily, but Han Li slightly revealed his core formation level, prompting immediate respectful treatment and being led to this VIP room. Even in Blackstone City, a core formation cultivator commanded respect. After a brief wait, an ordinary-looking old man entered with a smile. This Taoist looks unfamiliar. Is it your first time at our Kun Jin pavilion? I am Li Zun, the manager here. Greetings. The old man cupped his hands in respect, also a core formation cultivator. Indeed, it is my first visit, and I have some matters to consult with Taoist Li. I hope you won't mind, Han Li replied calmly. Feel free to speak. I will do my best to assist, Li Zun responded generously, readily agreeing without knowing Han Li's request. His demeanor left a good impression on Han Li. However, Li Zun couldn't see through Han Li's disguise, treating him with respect. Han Li smiled faintly. I wish to purchase an ingredient for alchemy, but I only know its ancient name, making it hard to find. I thought I might try my luck here." "Haha, that's no problem at all," Li Zun laughed, relieved by the simplicity of Han Li's request. He then turned to the door and ordered someone, "Call Gu Yu here." "Yes," a servant promptly ran off. "Please wait a moment." Although Gu Yu's cultivation is only at the qi refining stage, he specializes in researching ancient alchemy recipes and medicinal herbs. "He should be able to help you," Li Zun explained with a smile. Han Li's face lit up with a hint of joy, but just as he was about to speak, a red light flew in from outside, circled the ceiling once, and landed in Li Zun's hand. A transmission talisman. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as the talisman burned in Li Zun's hand. The old man glanced at the flames for a moment before extinguishing them and looking at Han Li with an unexpected expression. "Forgive me for being rude. I didn't realize Taoist just arrived in Black Stone City today. I should have extended my hospitality sooner." Li Zun's attitude grew even warmer. In such a short time, he had already found out Han Li's general background, which surprised Han Li. However, he maintained a calm smile, betraying none of his thoughts. "You're too kind. It took considerable effort for me to reach Abyss Island, and I'd prefer to keep a low profile," Han Li replied nonchalantly. Seeing Han Li's indifferent demeanor, Li Zun wisely shifted the topic to some interesting stories about Abyss Island, making the conversation enjoyable for Han Li. At this moment, a scholarly man in his 30s entered, bowed deeply to the two of them, and respectfully said, "Gu Yu greets the two seniors. What can I do for you?" This man had a refined appearance, with a black beard and bright eyes, exuding a sense of elegance. Li Zun nodded slightly, gesturing for him to rise. "This Taoist has some questions about ancient medicinal herbs. Answer him honestly." "Yes, I will do my best," Gu Yu replied solemnly. "Do you know anything about thousand-leaf dew, fellow Taoist Gu?" Han Li asked directly, without any pretense. Thousand-leaf dew. Gu Yu was momentarily stunned but quickly responded after a brief contemplation, "I have some impression of it. Coincidentally, if you had asked me about this a few years ago, I would have known nothing. But 2 years ago, I acquired an ancient text that mentioned thousand-leaf dew. I have copied this text into a jade slip. Would Senior like to see it?" After saying this, Gu Yu looked a bit apprehensive. Han Li was overjoyed, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. "If you have the text, even better. If it's indeed what I'm looking for, I will certainly reward you handsomely," Han Li said, smiling as he tried to contain his excitement. Gu Yu was equally delighted upon hearing this. Securing the promise of a core formation stage cultivator was indeed a great fortune for him. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his belongings and produced a pale yellow jade slip, handing it to Han Li with both hands. "This is the jade slip, Senior. Please have a look," Gu Yu said respectfully. Without further ado, Han Li took the jade slip and quickly scanned it with his divine sense. In just a moment, Han Li's expression shifted from excitement to confusion, finally settling into contemplation. Li Zun, observing Han Li's changing expressions, couldn't help but show a look of curiosity in his eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Yu grew increasingly anxious, fearing that the 1,000-leaf dew recorded in his jade slip was not what Han Li was looking for. "Indeed, this is it," Han Li finally said, withdrawing his divine sense from the jade slip. However, the excitement in his eyes had diminished considerably. "What's the problem with 1,000-leaf dew?" the elder asked, testing the waters with a question. "I didn't expect it to be this tricky. It's actually related to an 8th-level demon beast," Han Li said with a bitter smile. 8th-level demon beast. Li Zun was startled, looking at Han Li in disbelief. "That's right. The so-called 1,000-leaf dew is actually the sap of the companion demon grass. However, this companion demon grass must grow near an 8th-level demon beast to be effective," Han Li explained with a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. After hearing this, Li Zun was speechless. He knew what companion demon grass was, an herb that grows near the nests of demon beasts, influenced by their demonic energy over the years. In theory, companion demon grass was indeed quite common. But if it had to grow near an 8th-level demon beast, that was a different story altogether. Although the outer star sea was rumored to have even 9th-level and 10th-level demon beasts, these were mostly just rumors. The highest-level demon beast Li Zun had seen in Blackstone City was a 7th-level one, let alone an 8th-level beast. Li Zun looked at Han Li with a mixture of surprise and astonishment. He wondered what kind of precious elixir Han Li intended to refine that required such an extraordinary ingredient. "The items recorded in this jade slip are quite intriguing. I might need to study it further in the future. Could fellow Taoist Gu part with this jade slip?" Han Li asked, toying with the jade slip in his hand after a moment of hesitation. "If it's useful to Senior, please take it," Gu Yu said without hesitation, though he was initially surprised. Seeing Gu Yu so cooperative, Han Li nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, a small bottle and a yellow talisman depicting a small sword appeared. "As a senior, I wouldn't take your things for free. Here are some pills that can slightly enhance your cultivation and a talisman treasure for you," Han Li said, tossing the items to Gu Yu. For a qi condensation stage cultivator like him, these items were extremely valuable. "Since fellow Taoist has already given his gifts, Gu Yu, you may leave for now," Li Zun said, somewhat surprised. The room was once again left with just the two of them. "Is there anything else you need my assistance with besides this matter?" Li Zun asked generously. "Since fellow Taoist Li is so kind, I do have one more request. Does this treasure pavilion have any unicorn horns of the agate beast for sale?" Han Li asked after a moment of hesitation. "Haha, you've come to the right place, fellow Taoist. Though agate beast horns are extremely rare, our shop happened to acquire 2 last month. If you need one, I can have it brought here right away," the elder said, clapping his hands and laughing, before immediately giving orders without any hesitation. Han Li was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Before long, a young servant entered the room carrying a silver tray. On the tray lay a finely crafted wooden box. "Please take a look and see if this agate horn meets your needs," Li Zun said. Han Li nodded solemnly, reaching out to open the box. As the lid lifted, a burst of blue light revealed a half-foot-long pointed horn inside. The item was crystalline and transparent, shaped like a spiral cone, with a blue light shimmering on its surface. "Perfect. This one will do nicely. How much does it cost in spirit stones?" Han Li said with satisfaction, closing the box again. "We acquired this horn for 5,000 spirit stones. Since you truly need it, you can have it at cost price," Li Zun replied with a friendly smile. Han Li didn't haggle. He expressed his thanks once more, took out the required mid-grade spirit stones, and handed them over. The elder swept his wide sleeves, collecting the spirit stones, and then asked with a smile, "Now that you're here, do you have any specific plans? While your magical power is indeed strong, the high-level demon beasts here are not easy to deal with. Many core formation cultivators have been seriously injured by these beasts when traveling alone. How about I introduce you to some fellow cultivators of similar strength? That way, you can all go out to sea together, which would be much safer." Han Li smiled slightly. The elder had been so hospitable from the beginning and finally revealed his intention to recruit him. "That makes sense. It's better to enhance your cultivation and get familiar with the place first. But if you ever need to find someone to go out with, don't forget to look for me." The elder, although showing a hint of disappointment, continued speaking cheerfully. Han Li agreed readily. After chatting for a while longer, he took his leave. The elder escorted Han Li to the door before returning inside. "Well, what do you think? Can this person be of use to us?" the elder asked as soon as he sat down. A faint voice suddenly sounded in the room. Then a hazy figure floated out from a landscape painting hanging on the wall. It turned out there had been another person in the room all along. This person was dressed in flowing white robes, with a mysterious aura surrounded by a blue light. "Don't worry. Although we didn't converse much and his appearance seemed unfamiliar, this surnamed cultivator is undoubtedly a solitary wandering cultivator. Once he goes out to sea alone and encounters a few dangers, he will realize the benefits of my earlier suggestion and will come back to us sooner or later," the elder said confidently. "HMPH. That's not necessarily the case," the white-robed person said coldly. "Why not? Do you think a mere core formation early-stage cultivator can hunt demon beasts in the abyss on his own?" Li Zun shook his head, unconvinced. The other party might not be an ordinary core formation cultivator. While you were talking inside, he never looked towards my hiding spot, but I had a feeling that he was aware of my presence the whole time. I suspect he had already discovered me but chose not to expose it," the person in white robes said solemnly after a moment of silence. "Are you sure? Your concealment technique is such that even cultivators a level higher can't detect you. Don't tell me this fellow is actually a late core formation cultivator, the elder said, startled and a bit skeptical. It's hard to say. It's possible that he practices a special cultivation method or possesses some kind of treasure, the person in white robes said, somewhat uncertain. Forget it, whether he's ordinary or special, we've done our best to befriend him. There's no harm in that, Li Zun said, frowning as he paced around the room. The person in white nodded in agreement and said no more. At this time, Hanley found himself inside a small general store near the Kun Jin Pavilion. He purchased a map of the local sea regions and information on the presence of various monsters. Only after doing so did he leisurely exit the store and find a secluded spot to carefully examine the documents. After a brief glance, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brows. There were too many dangerous areas marked around Kiyuan Island. Could all these be places where high-level monsters frequently appear? As for the famed Abyssal Sea, it wasn't far from here. If Han Li flew south at full speed, he would reach it in half a month. However, the size of this abyss was absurd. It spanned millions of miles, not to mention, as the information suggested, its depth was unfathomable and no one had yet determined its exact depth. After a quick review, Han Li put away the jade slip containing the information, stood in place, and pondered with a grave expression. It was unclear how much time passed, but when Han Li lifted his head, his face had returned to normal. He did not visit any other places in Black Stone City, but instead left the city without hesitation. Once outside the small city, Han Li immediately soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of green light and shooting away. The entire Kiyuan Island wasn't very large, merely a medium-sized island. Moreover, as Su Yun had mentioned, besides Black Stone City, there were no other cities on this island. The rest of the island was desolate, with not even a single village. It appeared that other parts of the island were similarly restricted from habitation by mortals and cultivators. The reason for this was unknown. Han Li soon flew out of Kiyuan Island. After glancing at the sky to determine his direction, he flew northward. To him, finding a secluded island with few cultivators to establish a new abode was most important. Naturally, the area around the Abyssal Sea was densely populated with the abodes of numerous cultivators. Han Li had no intention of mingling with them and attracting attention. Therefore, he deliberately flew in the opposite direction, away from the Abyssal Sea. There weren't many large islands near Kiyuan Island, and most were already occupied by cultivators and mortals. Han Li didn't stay on these islands even for a moment, simply passing them by. As he expected, there were few cultivators in the northern sea region. After traveling for more than 10 days, he saw very few other cultivators. Those he did encounter would either cautiously avoid his light if they were low level, or watch him warily if they were high level. In this area, Killing and robbing were as common as on any other monster island. Hanley also exercised extra caution. After another 2 days of travel, there were no more traces of other cultivators, and Hanley changed direction to fly west. According to the sea chart, there were some islands with minor spiritual veins to the west. Due to their inferior spiritual veins or the distance from Kiyuan Island, which compromised safety, few cultivators settled on these islands. As for mortals, they would only live on the islands near Kiyuan Island, where there was some degree of safety. Naturally, Han Li didn't care about these conditions. He intended to see if there was an island that suited his needs. Half a month later, Han Li stood in the sky above a small island about 50 or 60 miles wide, gazing intently below. This was the 4th uninhabited island, with spiritual veins, that Han Li had discovered so far. The island was not large, but its environment was extremely complex. It had barren areas where not a single blade of grass grew, dense forests with unknown trees, verdant green meadows with colorful flowers, and small mountain ranges dotted with hills. Han Li used his spiritual sense to survey the entire island and found no traces of any cultivators having been there. It wasn't that the island's spiritual veins were too poor for other cultivators to consider it. On the contrary, although the island's spiritual veins were small, they provided a substantial amount of spiritual energy. It might not be top tier, but it was certainly above average. The reason no cultivators had settled on this island was entirely due to the extremely peculiar environment around it. This was precisely what Han Li liked most about the island. The island was enveloped in a vast expanse of white sea fog, not naturally formed, but emanating from nearby whirlpools and currents. More intriguingly, this white fog spread only around the island, leaving the sky above completely clear. When Han Li first saw this scene, he was extremely surprised. However, after breaking through the nearby water surface and diving below the island, he finally understood. The bottom of the island was densely riddled with finger-thick holes, from which thousands of slender silver fish swam in and out. At first glance, these silver fish seemed no different from ordinary small fish. But when Han Li used spiritual power to cover his hands and caught one to inspect closely, he found that these fish had no scales and were entirely covered in sharp silver spines. If an ordinary person tried to grab one, they would undoubtedly end up with bloody hands. Swallowing sea fish. As soon as Han Li saw this, the name immediately came to mind. Despite the comical name, these small fish were actually a type of low-level, first-rank demon beast. Besides having spines as hard as iron, they like to float to the surface, spitting out sea water to create white mist for fun. They were commonly seen near some islands. However, the fact that there were so many swallowing sea fish near this island, producing enough mist to cover an entire island, was quite rare. Had Han Li not encountered a 4th-rank demon beast, the silver-winged bird, and given chase out of curiosity into the foggy sea, he might have completely missed this island hidden in the sea mist, thinking it was just another common sight on the sea. From afar, this small patch of sea fog looked like the countless other patches of fog commonly seen on the sea. Nothing unusual at all. After circling the island several times, Han Li quickly made up his mind to establish his new abode here. Such a hidden island was perfect for his needs. The island's spiritual vein was located in a miniature mountain range about 10 miles long and only 30 or 40 feet high, with just a few small peaks. Given its small size, Han Li couldn't carve out his abode halfway up the mountain. He found a narrow, concave valley and began carving out his abode at the base of the mountain. With his current cultivation level, creating an abode identical to his previous one was effortless. Within half a day, the basic outline of his abode was complete. Han Li didn't bother with meticulous detailing, and instead used a few sets of formation tools he had prepared to envelop the entire abode and mountain, activating the formation to create an illusion. From a distance, the mountain seemed to disappear, replaced by a lush forest seamlessly connected to the nearby real forest, with no flaws visible. However, after pondering for a while in midair, Han Li still felt uneasy. If someone like him happened to fly into the sea mist, these formations wouldn't fool a highly skilled cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly came to him. Without hesitation, Han Li flew back to his new abode, briefly sorted through his materials, and found a secluded room to start crafting. 6 or 7 days later, when Han Li emerged from the cave again, he held several identical sets of formation tools. These formation discs looked quite simple and not particularly advanced. However, after Han Li buried and activated each set of these formations around the island, dense fog poured out from them, enveloping the entire island in a thick mist. In no time, the fog from these formations blended seamlessly with the natural sea mist around the island, thoroughly concealing it. Now, even if someone flew nearby, unless they were flying very low, it would be nearly impossible to detect the island below. After surveying his surroundings from the air, Han Li finally felt reassured. Although running so many formations simultaneously would consume a lot of spirit stones, he didn't mind. He was willing to spend money to ensure his safety. Han Li transformed into a streak of blue light and flew back down. Now he could begin organizing his abode, setting up an insect chamber, and planting spirit herbs. 2 days later, Han Li was in a stone chamber, holding the pale yellow jade slip given to him by the inch gold pavilion, and was carefully examining its contents with his spiritual sense. His face was full of solemnity. With a thought, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, but continued to ponder deeply. After a while, he stood up and paced back and forth in the stone chamber, his expression growing more serious. Suddenly, he reached into his storage bag and took out a white jade box. Hanley stared at it for a moment before slowly opening the lid, revealing several small, multicolored beads inside.